Okay. I'll call to order the special council meeting of September 29th, 2020 closed session. The City Council will be going into closed session to consider one matter. Members of the public may provide audio public comment by connecting to the teleconference meeting online or by telephone. Use the raised hand feature to request to speak or *9 on your telephone. Teleconference meeting details are available on the council agenda. Speakers are requested to keep their comments to no more than 3 minutes, and time limits will be strictly enforced. Guidelines are posted in the council meeting agenda. The city clerk will ask you to unmute your microphone when it's your turn to address the city council. Following the closed session, a study session related to Moffett Park specific plan will begin at 6 p.m. We encourage the public to stay tuned and watch the study session meeting. The regular council meeting will begin at 7 p.m. City clerk, may we please have the roll call?
Mayor Klein.
Present.
Vice Mayor Smith.
Present.
Councilmember Larson.
Present.
Councilmember Hendricks.
Attending.
Councilmember Melton.
Present.
Councilmember Goldman.
Present.
And Councilmember Fong.
Present.
7 present, participating via teleconference.
Thank you. City clerk, next up is public comment. Do we have any members of the public wishing to speak on the closed session agenda item?
No, Mr. Mayor, no members of the public have identified a desire to speak on the closed session item.
Okay, with that, we will convene to closed session. The City Council will adjourn to closed session. See you back here at 6 p.m. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. What?
David, we have everyone?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we do. And give us just another couple seconds, and then we can do the call to order for the study session.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay. Good evening. I'll call to order the special council meeting study session of September 29th. Before we get started, I'd like to remind the council and the public of some procedural items for this meeting. During the meeting, council members and participants will remain muted when not speaking. If council members or participants have a question or comment, please raise your virtual hand and speakers will then be called upon to speak one at a time. This council meeting is being held utilizing teleconferencing and electronic means consistent with California Executive Order N-29-20 regarding the COVID-19 pandemic. Members of the public may provide audio public comment by connecting to the teleconference meeting online or by telephone. Use the raised hand feature to request to speak, *9 on your telephone. Teleconference meeting details are available on the City Council agenda. Comments on the study session must be submitted prior to the time I close public comment for that item. And following the study session, the regular City Council meeting will begin at 7 p.m. City Clerk, may we please have the roll call?
Yes, Mayor Klein,
Present.
Vice Mayor Smith,
Present.
Councilmember Larson,
Present.
Councilmember Hendricks,
Attending.
Councilmember Melton,
Present.
Councilmember Goldman,
Present.
and Councilmember Fong.
Present.
7 present, participating via teleconference.
Thank you. First up is item 20-0520, the Moffett Park Specific Plan Update. Is there a staff report?
There is.
Hi. Oh,
Go ahead.
we have a presentation if we could have that loaded. All right. So Michelle's going to lead the forwarding of the presentation, but I'm just going to do a quick overview. First of all, good evening. Nice to see you all on this relatively slow news night. I'm glad you could be here for this meeting tonight. This is the intention of this meeting is really to kind of show you how we're moving forward on the Moffett Park Specific Plan update. It's really not intended to get into any of the details, any of the issues that have been discussed in the prior meeting and that we'll discuss more in the future. It's really to talk about how we're going to move forward. That's the real goal of this meeting. First of all, at our last study session, we got the point. We heard you there. We threw a lot of information out there. It also was a really big agenda night. And I think what we needed to do was kind of turn around, go back, think about how we're proceeding. It's a big plan area. It's a large area. We're potentially changing zoning in a lot of areas. We have to address a lot of environmental issues. There is a lot to consider. So what we're going to do is we're going to kind of slow it down a little bit and be a little more deliberate in how we share information and how we get feedback back from that. So tonight, it's only about the program. I'm sure there'll be desires to ask questions and details. We aren't prepared to answer those questions tonight because we really wanted to focus on how we're moving forward. One thing to let you know is kind of fun is we're going to show out a new option of how to do some outreach and council feedback. We're proposing 3 different outreach meetings on Wednesday, Thursday night type thing, where it's 2 hours long and it's really meant to be a public outreach like you normally would if we were standing around in a room and having conversation and feedback from the public. Council will be invited, different boards and commissions will be invited. After 2 hours, we'll actually then stop and have a gavelled study session by council immediately after the outreach meeting to where now it's your time to ask questions, to provide feedback. It'll happen directly after the outreach, so everyone's present. You have a lot of participation, and it really gives you a chance to ask questions directly afterwards. We're thinking of doing 3 of those, and Michelle will kind of show you how we're going to revolve some of that issue. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Michelle, and if you have any questions about the process, we're happy to help out.
Thanks, Andy. So as Andy noted, we were here last August and we got some feedback from the council that we want to sort of review. We have also been continuing getting community feedback, and in between the last meeting and now, we've come up with, I think, a more robust outreach plan, an opportunity for both council members and the community to participate in not only learning more in-depth information about hot topics for the plan area, but also provide feedback. So Andy talked a little bit about what we heard in August, which was that the council needed some more time to think about existing conditions or hear about and understand existing conditions and to learn more about future considerations. So the top issues we heard about were flooding in the plan area, issues of sea level rise, the mix of potential uses for Moffett Park, how those uses might impact the market and economic conditions for the city, what public infrastructure and services would be needed to serve those uses, and how those improvements might be impacted by flooding and sea level rise, and what the plans for the future connectivity and transportation might look like, and what the existing conditions today are. So this was a lot to digest, as Andy talked about, and I think it's we really were excited to think about ways to really dive deep into some of these topics with not only the public, but the council. So we've come up with an outreach plan that will span between now and spring of next year. It'll include innovative workshops and / council study sessions, which again are a 3-hour meeting that will be noticed as a city council meeting that will have a 2-hour interactive public workshop led by staff and our technical experts. And the last hour of the meeting would be a study session for council to be able to discuss the topic and ask specific questions. So the 3 main topics of those upcoming workshops are sea level rise, which will also include discussions about urban ecology and flooding, transportation and infrastructure, and the land use economy, which includes housing and open space. At the same time, staff and our technical team will be providing what we're going to call Moffett Park Team Virtual Office Hours, which will be scheduled hours every week in which people can log into a Zoom meeting space and ask specific questions to our team members on particular topics. This will give people an opportunity to continue conversations that they might have had in the workshops, or just have questions that we aren't covering in the workshops that they really want to ask more specific questions about. And then finally, we have a full plan for a complete public workshop at the end of this process, which will be a 2 to 3 hour public workshop online that will provide a summary of the public feedback we received during the council member study session style workshops, and also provide an opportunity for the community to set priorities and define core values for the plan area. So this kind of gives you a visual of how these workshops / study sessions would roll out. So in November, we would have the sea level rise and urban ecology discussion workshop with a study session. December is going to focus on transportation and infrastructure. January, February, we would have the January or February, we would be having the land use study session workshop, which would have aspects to it about the economy and the market, housing and open space. At the same time, we'll be running the Moffett Park Specific Town Plan virtual office hours. The interactive public workshop would be January, February as well. And then following with all of those results of all of that outreach, some study sessions, probably more like March. So we would go to Planning Commission first, and then City Council, and then public hearings. And at the public hearing point for April, May, again, it would be Planning Commission and City Council. And this would be to select a land use plan to study for the purpose of environmental review. So one of the things I wanted to focus on, because I feel like this is a really important aspect to helping define what the community is looking for in Moffett Park and help decision makers kind of get through all of the data and information that we're going to be talking about and listening about during the workshops, is at that community outreach event, which is a non-city council meeting study session, which is just a community meeting, is to establish core values for the specific plan. And we started this process earlier and with some visioning and guiding principles, but I think we really need to do a deep dive into what the community and decision makers are looking for in the specific plan and what those core values might translate into as far as objectives. And in this process, we will try to rank and prioritize those and come up with an evaluation tool for the future land use plan and policy making that supports that plan. So again, this is just a summary schedule all on one page to give you an idea of where this puts us timing wise. And then we know that it's going to be a busy fall. And with COVID-19, we think we've come up with a really good strategy to really engage both decision makers and the public in this process. We just want to let you know we're still running our video series and micro surveys. We will be continuing to post background reports on the website as they're completed. We're currently still reviewing the sea level rise background report. We've had a lot of interest in that report. It is coming. We just have had multiple departments needed to review it as multiple departments manage and maintain infrastructure related to sea level rise. And we've had quite a bit of interest in those videos and quite a bit of responses between June and September. So we've been really pleased with that process and received a lot of positive feedback on it. With that, I'll conclude this presentation and just end on our website in case anybody doesn't have the address.
Okay.
And available for questions.
Thank you very much. Council members, do you have any questions of staff? First up is Councilmember Goldman.
Thank you, Mayor Klein. I was just taking a quick look at the video. I didn't even know it existed until someone from the public wrote in about it. So you have some of the same information I'm looking at from the state departments. I have about 12 documents basically saying the same thing, and that by 2050 there should be about roughly, it's hard to say, it's always a matter of probabilities, about 2 foot of sea level rise with anywhere from 1 to 3 feet of storm surge possible. So the question in my mind is, why are we going ahead? We have a lot of unused space on El Camino. When I early years ago, we authorized all these, relatively high density combined, mixed use on El Camino, and it's not, basically nothing's happened. So what's the urgency to develop a place which is likely to flood?
If I could just remind Councilmember Goldman that we're operating on council direction. The council did initiate the general plan amendment. With that information, we then started the process to look at it. And as we do, as urban planners, we will start looking at all the different concepts. It's a very complex area. It's big, there's a lot of possibilities, and there's a lot of constraints. So what we're doing now is starting that study. And as we said, we're gonna start laying out to you some of the information, just overlaying information that'll help you make a decision. You may find at the end you don't want to make a decision to do anything, but we're still going to provide you the information that'll allow you to come to a conclusion of some sort. And again, as we always do, we operate off of council direction.
Okay, on the sea level rise, you're looking at the documents, as I said, the same ones I see. There have been some, there's some scientists, U.S. Geologic, I think it's Geologic Survey, nearby, San Mateo, Santa Cruz, that have written some reports specifically on the Bay Area. Are we consulting with them, or because they would be the authority? What I'm afraid of, here's what I'm afraid of. I'm afraid to go to the Army Corps of Engineers, and what they do is they build basically dams and they drain stuff, and so they're going to come and say, oh, we'll build dams and drain stuff, and that because that's their hammer, and they're looking for a nail. If you go to the scientists, you're going to say they're going to give you all kinds of further study is needed, but they're ultimately going to say, this is going to flood in 50 years, and you're crazy if you build there, something like that. So are we going to scientists? Are you going to talk to scientists?
Yeah, we actually have, as a part of our team, our consulting team is the San Francisco Estuary Institute, a very well-respected group. We're not relying on one source. That is part of the work that we're doing, is considering as many resources as possible. We don't just look at what the Corps says. We don't just look at what one agency says. There are a lot of experts when it comes to sea level rise and it relates to the Bay Area. And we have access, and we've been, Michelle's on a lot of different conversations with the Water District, with SFEI, with the Corps has been involved in it. BCDC has been involved in it. So that is a part of the process. You'll hear more about that. Just keep a little teaser here. You'll hear more about that as in the first hearing. That's the first item we're going to cover in November, is sea level rise and environmental concerns. And we'll provide quite a bit of information, a lot more than we're going to be providing this evening.
Okay, I hope you continue, don't just like end in November, because this is a very rapidly developing field. And every time I open another, scientific paper on sea level rise or climate change or something, it's dramatically different than 2 years ago. 3 years ago is ancient history. So, okay. The other thing is I'm concerned with the gentrification. As you know, we have a lot of relatively low income people in the mobile home parks. And the plans I saw from Google were very high quality. Being Google, they do everything, the best. And I do not see how that could do anything except raise the rents in the mobile home parks. Are you going to look at that?
Yes, we're going to be doing an economic analysis. That's one of the things that Michelle pointed out that'll happen in January. And we'll show what the impact is of change in the area, and likely we'll look at it, how it affects other areas.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm done. I appreciate your help.
Thank you. Councilmember Hendricks.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm going to try and state a process and schedule. So when did we start the Moffett Park plan?
The initiation was in 2018, and then we came back to City Council in 2019 with a scope and asked for direction.
Okay, so this is where I'm going to kind of get to. So we started in 2018, talked about it in 2019, here we are in 2020, and it's not until sometime out in April or May of 2021 where we're finally going to get to a land use kind of density thing that we could start an EIR process. Is that correct?
This is a revised schedule based on the feedback we got from council in August. Our initial schedule was to come to you with the land use concepts this month. But what we heard in August was you guys wanted more information.
Yeah, I'm hoping it wasn't my specific comments that caused us to move the schedule so far. I'm concerned by this, of how long it's taking to go ahead and get this done. And as much as I believe that sea level rise is an important issue, isn't that a topic for the EIR?
It's not a topic for the EIR, but it is a topic that's going to be covered by the EIR for the purpose of being informative. It is a regional effort. Valley Water is actually the lead agency, working with the Army Corps of Engineers and with the city of Sunnyvale. And we are working actively with Valley Water on a plan for a levy, and we'll probably be in the next round of levy consideration with the Army Corps of Engineers.
Yeah, because I'm really interested, because I think there is a whole lot of work that's been done and a possibility of something that could be out there. The thing I'm mostly worried about is there are a lot of people that are off with ideas and creating rumors, defining them and saying, here, they've got some kind of plan, when we haven't said and laid out what we are saying we're going to agree to for land use usage. And people are spending a lot of time focusing on what those possibilities are when we haven't even had that discussion yet. And it just really concerns me that we're not even going to get to that discussion until the May timeframe. And that's if that doesn't move. And how long would we expect an EIR to take on something like this? 18 months? Michelle, I can't hear you.
At least a year to 18 months, yeah.
Yeah, so I get everything you laid out. My overall concern is it's taking us an awfully long time to get to where we're.
Councilmember Hendricks, you're on mute.
Sorry, I'm using the button. I'm concerned that it's taking a long time for the council to actually weigh in and make a decision or a direction on what land usage and intensity and other things like that. And people are off with all kinds of ideas, and they're going to start trying to define those guardrails of what we should and shouldn't do before the council is really weighed in. And that's you wanted to know about process. That's my process question that I'm concerned about.
So Councilman Hendricks, I will say, it wasn't just you, but there was quite a bit of feedback from the council at the last meeting, voicing a lot of concerns about, are we moving too quickly? Have we considered all the issues? And there's a lot of ways to do this. And we could come to you and say, here's what we think are some land use patterns. If you think this is good, like we've done that in Lawrence Station, if you think it's good, you think that works, then let's move forward. The issue here is this is a really single use area for now. And we're looking to introduce different types of uses. And when you do different types of uses, and I think you brought this up at the last meeting, how are they served? What are schools? What are parks? What are the infrastructure from public safety? It's not just quite the same as increasing the intensity of an industrial use like in Perry Park. We're actually reintroducing land uses that don't exist. It's a complicated process to do that, especially when you're next to the bay and you have the concerns you have there. So we could come to you with land use concepts. We definitely have thought a lot about them. We have some internally, but the thinking was maybe that's a little too quick before we first give the underpinnings of everything we're going to make a decision on, so that you have that information as you can go forward and pick your concept.
So I appreciate that. My concern is we're going to spend a lot of time, here 6-8 months taking a look at these various different pieces of things that could impact what the thing is, very much related to what's going to end up in the EIR. And what we do over the next 6 or 8 months is not actually going to be a definitive thing. We're going to spend a lot of time hand wringing over something, and we're going to make a decision. And then we're going to go through all that same set of questions again. So, okay, thank you.
Trudy, do you have a comment?
No, I was just going to add.
Your video's off.
I know I can't get it open now.
Okay.
It's okay. It was blocked before. Yes, this is Trudy Ryan, Community Development Director. I just wanted to add, that's why we're here with council. If this process is too fast or too slow, that's the feedback you need to give us this evening.
I don't want to say drop everything of what you're suggesting, but I think this is taking too long.
Councilmember Hendricks, I just want to say one quick thing. The goal of this is that these are steps towards a decision. It's not like, let's talk about that. Okay, now let's talk about that. Like if the first conversation we have and we start talking about sea level rise, environmental concerns about the bay and all the rest, that could start to direct where we start thinking about where, if we do housing, where could housing be? If we do intensified office, where would that best be? Because maybe we'll find there's certain constraints that we find out through that process that will help guide the land use pattern. And then we do the same thing with infrastructure and transportation and that sort of thing. So it's meant to be building towards and not starting over after that.
I guess, here we're spending a lot of time on sea level rise. I'm assuming that there's a solution out there that lets us build, because I don't see us making a decision that, we can kind of mitigate sea level rise a little bit. So let's go ahead and we can only build a little bit of density, as opposed to, we have a good, solution for sea level rise, so we can, build more density. I assume there will be a solution, or otherwise we shouldn't be doing anything out there. I'll yield my time because other people need to be able to talk.
Thank you, Councilmember Hendricks. Next up is Councilmember Melton.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Klein. Andy and Michelle, great presentation. I am on board with the processes you've described it. I was probably one of the voices that said, hey, I need some more information. So I like the cumulative building block process, Michelle and Andy, that you've talked about. And I just want to spend a second talking about things like groundwater contamination, toxic materials in the soil and plumes and things like that. Because the bottom line, Andy and Michelle, is that's a thing where I can wait until the EIR is done 18 months after next spring. But sea level rise is something I can't wait. I need to get a deeper understanding of sea level rise as a building block thing, whereas groundwater contamination, yeah, okay, I can wait until the EIR is done. Does that make sense, how I've said that so far, Andy?
It does. My cat just showed up. I promise I won't throw her across the room. It does make sense, and that's what we're going to hit you with first, because there are options. There are ways of addressing it to Councilmember Hendricks's issue, but there are, those are things to consider, and we have a lot of good information that we can share with you. A lot of smart people have been weighing in on this.
Excellent. Okay, so let me just do a tactical example here. So recently, the United States Navy published a environmental analysis about the NIROP facility that's next to Lockheed Martin on Matilda, where anti-ballistic missiles were developed for use by the Navy. So I found myself reading the environmental analysis document. Andy, have you had a chance, I wonder, to look through that at all?
Michelle has done quite a bit of work on that.
I have read through it, and the city's preparing a response.
Oh, that's great to know, Michelle. And so I see in that environmental analysis the usual stuff that you would expect to see in Moffett Park, right? Underground storage tanks and lots of use of lead paint and things like that. So nothing to knock the ship off course here, but just the usual toxic materials. I'm glad to hear that we're going to prepare a response. And then when we do our EIR, Michelle, for Moffett Park starting next spring, we're going to do a full-blown environmental analysis for underground. Yes, please go ahead.
And so the benefit of having the Navy site going through their EA process right now, and in general, the Navy being managers of this site, because it's a contaminated site, there's a tremendous amount of data about the contamination on this site. And so we've already been downloading all of that information from the clearinghouse and creating a file on all of the particular data points for the Navy site. We're also, for this type of project, you would typically do a phase 1 as part of the initial process, but because we know there's known sites in the plan area that we really want to be aware of and understand the implications of, we've started portions of what would be a phase 2, so that those will be done in the initial part of the understanding. And just going back to some of the other things we heard, this process that we're going through right now, it is a very complicated plan area, and we certainly are not waiting to understand the data prior to having a final land use plan from council. We think it's prudent to run some of the modeling a little bit ahead of time to see if there are any big roadblocks ahead, to try to get as much data up front, which is a little unusual, but because there are so many potential issues in Moffett Park, we want to make sure that we can provide the council a clear understanding before we get too far down the road.
Excellent. Love the approach, Andy and Michelle, that you guys are proposing. By the way, just for the benefit of my colleagues, the bottom line of what the Navy is proposing to do with the NIROP site is a land swap with Lockheed Martin. So that Navy land would essentially just become Lockheed Martin, another piece of Lockheed Martin land. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Melton. Next up, Councilmember Fong.
Yeah, thank you. So overall, I get the point that Councilmember Hendricks is making. I would have loved for this to have been the first study session. And then we have the last one as this one, but I get it. I found the website to be very helpful, great videos. A lot of the questions I had from the original study session were answered by those videos. So very happy about those. With regards to the letter we received from the Sierra Club, I think a lot of those 3 questions that were asked about the tactics for addressing sea level rise will be answered during the November 2020 workshop, so I won't be asking those here. I actually think I would love to keep this timeline, but just adjust it and say, why not have one long council study session in January and February? Because most of us will be attending those workshops anyway, or most of us will be watching the videos on the website. And so that way we don't have to have 3 study sessions, and we could prioritize that time for other items that we may have. We have the census coming up, we have all these things coming up, and I would love to not have 3 study sessions on this when I could just attend the workshop. But that's my personal opinion. The only question I had was for Trudy or Andy about, a lot of the issue of timing is I get, the EIR is going to take a long time. This is taking longer than usual. Do we have a lot of interested landowners who have signified to development staff that they are waiting on this plan to get done in order to propose an application? Obviously, you have Google and Lendlease, but other groups, have you heard? Is it a handful of people?
Oh, sorry. We have there are three stakeholders who are funding this work. It's not a city-funded effort.
Mm-hmm.
They are Lockheed, Google, and J. Paul.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure they are doing this for a reason, as much as we'd like to think they're just helping us out. And they have plans. I think it's safe to say that some of the plans are a little uncertain due to the recent change in how we populate buildings, but I don't sense at all that there's any slowing down of their interest. And we've heard of other people interested. Well, there's more than those stakeholders. They're the rest of the property owners in the area. There's the community, there's the housing advocates. So a lot of people have a lot of different interests in the area, and we meet with them regularly. We met with Lockheed today. We met with Google last week. We do a lot of outreach. Michelle spends quite a bit of time connecting with all the interested parties for this area. There are quite a few people, as you know, that have interests, either vested or community interests in this. And yeah, we do spend a lot of time on that. And the one thing that I just want to clear up about the study sessions, these aren't regular study sessions, a part of your council meeting, like on a Monday night. These are special meetings on a different day of the week, that this is the only thing that you'd be covering. So we wouldn't be taking up your typical study session time.
Well, given that news, I would especially advocate for having this as one study session at the end, culminating everything, especially if we're going to be taking 3 special meetings for council time and the public's time. And so, a lot of the public comment will be made at those workshops. They will be culminated into the study session. I personally don't think we need 3 study sessions. I hope my colleagues can also speak to this if they feel the same as me or disagree with me when they speak. And then the last question I just had is how are we doing outreach just to make sure that we're being holistic, that neighborhood associations are included and other things? Is it we're only going to the groups that the Moffett Park Business Group and the owners and things like that, or?
No, we have about 300 to 400 people on an email distribution list that are individuals. And then we've been doing email blasts when we have events that we include interested parties, which usually have groups like housing advocacy or sustainable Sunnyvale. Those types of groups would be getting emails to our system.
Okay, so, great.
Yeah, and we also have done outreach with other types of groups. I've met with many of the ecological interest groups and housing groups independent of this process. I mean, independent, in this process, independent of other property owners.
Got it. Okay, I just want to make sure we're including everyone. That concludes my questions. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
and neighborhood. Yeah, yes.
Thank you very much. Next up is Councilmember Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So first, I wanted to thank staff for the website and all the videos and the information. It's been really helpful to be able to go through the videos bit by bit because there is so much information to digest rather than just reading very long documents because my eyes kind of glaze over with all the other reading that we have to do these days. So yeah, videos have been great. There is a lot of material to go through here and a lot for us to synthesize and integrate to reach our final decisions. So I'm very supportive of the process that has been laid out. And this kind of reminds me of when Sunnyvale was working on the downtown specific plan probably 15 or 20 years ago, where there were a lot of meetings, a lot of details to work through, and really had to take deep dives and work on it piece by piece to pull it all together. So I think just given what we are taking on and what the possibilities, as were mentioned for this area, the significant changes, I think we really do have to be very deliberate in the process and thorough. So I very much appreciate you coming back with a clear step-by-step process to move us forward. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Vice Mayor Smith.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate staff's rethinking of the timeline and the way to engage the members of the public and council. I think it's very innovative. I get the impression that it's, could you maybe describe how it's innovative and also how it will, how one session will build on the next, so it won't be necessarily silos of discrete topics? Like, how will it build toward the decision, I guess?
I'll hit on the unique part because it is. I haven't heard, we haven't done this before, where you literally build on the public input immediately afterwards to gives you the opportunity. It doesn't come like, oh yeah, we held an outreach 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago. Maybe some made it, maybe didn't, but here's what we try to report out what happened, and then you get the chance to hear it and then give feedback. You're giving feedback immediately after you hear the information. You get to participate and hear the participation by the public, and then you have your own separate meeting. It's controlled like a typical study session for the council, and ask the questions you have, give us the feedback, and then I'll let Michelle go more about the building blocks, but it really is intended to say, before we talk about housing, are there places we need to avoid? Are there places that we think this is appropriate should we get to that point? And then kind of layer that out there. And then you look at the next aspect and you layer that out there. And maybe through that process, where we'll probably be 100% right because our instincts are so good, but we may find out exactly how the land use pattern should be laying out according to the facts that we're coming up with. I don't know, Michelle, anything else to add?
I would say that there are some threads that are going to follow through each of the workshops. So the first one I talked about was the sea level rise and urban ecology. Second one being land use, which we'll talk about housing and open space in the market. Or the second one being infrastructure and transportation. And third one being land use. One of the main principles we heard from the city council when we started this process was to really work on how to create an eco-innovation district in Moffett Park. And when I say eco-innovation district, I say it with a small e. I think there was a little bit of confusion in the last council meeting. So just to be clear. And so one of the things that we've seen when we've been working on the background materials is how that principle will touch each one of those topics. So I think the thing that you're going to be seeing as we go through these workshops is how Moffett Park will really be an exciting and innovative place, and how those principles are going to appear in urban ecology and in housing and in the commercial aspect of Moffett Park and in the infrastructure. So I'm excited to kind of present that information to the council and the public, and to get people involved in this sort of visioning and seeing how that vision might play out through those big topics for the plan area.
It's a great hyphenated word, eco and innovation. You can't go wrong, right?
Yeah.
Very trendy. And I have to say, I like, well, a couple comments. I like the approach. I like, I'm imagining that this is sort of taking Zoom meetings to a new level of engagement, which is exciting because it's a kind of a new kind of technology. And I think that another benefit is that we will have several new council members, one of which will be on council for at least 2 of the sessions if we keep this approach. And they actually will be representing that district. So I think that's a really good side effect of taking it a little slower and getting more public engagement. And I like the model of council being able to hear not only staff input, but also real-time kind of input from the members of the public. So I'm excited about it. I think it's a good process, and I thank staff for listening to our concerns. And I do like your explanation, Andy, of looking at, well, you know, maybe this area isn't so great for housing or development, but this other area is better, and you know why. And I think it's a good way to be transparent and to build on from step to step. So I appreciate, I watched the videos before the last council meeting or the last study session, and that sea level rise one, it had only been out maybe 48 hours, 24 hours, something like that. So I knew that a lot of people hadn't had a chance to look at it. And I really do feel that we'll make better decisions with a little bit more time.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Goldman.
Thank you. I just wanted to congratulate staff on a much more thorough way of approaching this than last time. I was not happy with last time, but I think this is much more deliberate. And I'm starting from the opposite assumption as Mr. Hendricks. I'm assuming there is no solution. Prove me wrong. I'm happy to keep an open mind on all these things. But I really actually think, from my standpoint, you're going rather fast. I hope you can keep up the quality. And this is a big deal. It's not like there's an open field out in the middle of farms or something. Thank you for having this work, doing all this work, and please talk to all the scientists you can find. Thanks very much.
Thank you. And from my standpoint, I had several questions, one of which is the connectivity portion. And you said the second session is on, I think, connectivity, land use. From my standpoint, this goes back to the Mary Overpass EIR, and there's a chicken and egg, or there's a race between these two in kind of direction from a staff standpoint. How does the current timeline that you're laying out from a Moffett Park specific plan standpoint dovetail in with what's happening with the Mary Overpass and decisions that council needs to make?
We just talked about that today, as a matter of fact. We are very well aware that they're not parallel paths, but you can see each other from each other's car, and we're going to make sure that we're informing each side of the story as we move forward. It's on its own path, but there's some concepts of how the overpass could positively impact the traffic for Moffett Park. And then there's, from the Moffett Park standpoint, is what would be an option if we were to have Mary Avenue come across in the different types of formats that they have. So we're looking at that right now. We talked about it today about how to best coordinate that effort. And so I don't know, Chip. Yeah, I see Chip. He's probably good at. You're pretty good at traffic.
I don't know that I need to add. It's definitely going to be coming sooner to the council as far as talking about what sort of things to include in the environmental documents for the Mary Overcrossing EIR, and then ultimately the Moffett Park specific plan will look at some of that connectivity in there too, like Andy was talking about. So as you get into there, how do you connect to more of the roadways? So you have that, it makes it more attractive for users to use it, and thus, potentially benefiting Matilda as well. So it's definitely moving in parallel. We're coordinating as we go.
Understood. And so it's just a question of, I want to move as quickly as possible, but I do think that getting appropriate community involvement as well as council feedback is really important. But from an EIR standpoint from Moffett Park, does the decision have to be, does the EIR of the Mary Overpass need to be final, or would the Moffett Park specific plan take into consideration, okay, no project and then anything else is a positive? Or I'm trying to get a better idea from that standpoint.
The model we'll be using for Moffett Park will both have an assumption for Mary Avenue and a scenario with no Mary Avenue. So
okay.
We'll be using that information in our analysis.
Good. And Mr. Minor, I seems like the instincts from your planning staff are correct. And so I thank you for discussing this already, because I do think that, we're talking about two things that are very intertwined at the end of the day. And I think, I appreciate the other comments from the council as far as, direction and trying to get, appropriate input from our residents and answering the questions that came up after our last meeting. So seeing no further questions, I will.
Mayor, can I ask a quick question? I'm sorry to interrupt
Sure.
you. First of all, I want to say that it was kind of traffic staff's idea to bring that up, so I'd love to take the credit. But I want to just confirm before we end, it seems like there's some concern that we're going too fast, not going fast enough. But in general, I got the sense that you're in favor of the way we're going to roll this out. And so I just want to let you know that so you know now, that's our conclusion, that we're going to take what we showed you and roll it out in that format. I just want to make sure we didn't leave thinking there was any confusion on how we were going to do that.
I think you're correct with the nods that I see from the council members, general nods from the majority of the council. I think, you know, we would all like to move quickly, but appropriate resident input and council kind of direction, I think makes sense. And then, you know, having the new council in January to give additional feedback is also critical.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. So with that, we'll move on to the public. Since we remain in a virtual setting, I will ask the public to use the virtual raise your hand button or *9 on your telephone to indicate that they wish to speak. The city clerk will then ask you to unmute yourself, and when it's your turn to address the city council. City clerk, do we have any members of the public wishing to speak on this item?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have 3 members of the public that have identified a desire to speak on this agenda item. Can you confirm the amount of speaker time you'd like to provide each one of them?
Let's
Or,
do
all of them.
2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. First up is Richard Mellinger, followed by Gita Dev. Richard, you've been unmuted and you have 2 minutes to address the city council.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council member. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Wonderful. I will keep my comments brief. I wanted to announce that Livable Sunnyvale will be hosting our next general membership meeting will be focused on the Moffett Park specific plan. That will be October 7th, 6:30 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. All are welcome to attend. We will be hearing from Google, Silicon Valley at Home, the Sierra Club, and others. And it should be a very exciting and informative meeting for people interested in learning more about the area and about the specific environmental and housing issues that are at stake here. On that note, I would just sort of like to echo Councilmember Fong, Councilmember Hendrick's comments a little bit. I am a little concerned at the pacing of the input that is being proposed. I do like Councilmember Fong's suggestion of perhaps having a single long council study session as well. It is important that we do need to balance. I think it is important that we're having some of this additional sessions, additional public feedback, but we don't want to swing the pendulum too far the other way. With that, like I said, everyone, please consider coming to the October 7th meeting, Livable Sunnyvale. You can find details on our website or sign up for our mailing list. Thank you very much. I yield my time.
Thank you.
Next up is Gita Dev, followed by David Meyer. Gita, you've been unmuted and have 2 minutes to address the city council.
Thank you. Good evening, council members and Mayor Klein. I'm Gita Dev, representing Sierra Club Loma Prieta chapter. I want to really thank the council and I want to thank staff very much for trying very hard to come up with innovative ideas for moving forward and engaging new information and evaluating it as we go forward and trying to come up with a way, you know, to set the parameters for coming up with a plan that has good legs to stand on. So I really appreciate that and I wanted to acknowledge that. I wanted to say a couple of things. One is I noticed that the economic study is going to not come out till January. I think the economics of this are actually what's driving the whole idea of why the city may want to do something like this. And so I can, if Michelle, or city manager, if that can be published earlier, I think the earlier the better for all concerned. Similar, just as sea level rise, I think the economics are really important. The other item, Mr. Council Members Fong's idea of a 3-hour meeting, I have not been yet in a Zoom meeting that has lasted 1 hour. So I'm sympathetic to an idea of wanting more time if there are 5 council members who are all engaged in some deep thinking of providing some time to really hash things out. Not suggesting necessarily of doing just one, but I do think that the last one may end up being longer. And lastly, I want to say that I personally, Sierra Club and I personally have been involved in several specific plans in several cities. And Menlo Park took 10 years. And to be honest, the market had completely changed, similarly to what's happening here. So COVID is actually changing the market, and taking things a little slower might in fact be very beneficial for the city and for all parties involved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is David Meyer, followed by Shawnee Kleinhaus. David, you've been unmuted and you have 2 minutes to address the City Council.
Great, thank you very much. Good evening. Thank you, Mayor Klein and members of the council for the opportunity to speak. I'm David Meyer, represent Silicon Valley at Home, an affordable housing advocacy organization that works across Santa Clara County. I want to thank staff for all the work that they've done to develop this new outreach and community engagement plan. We do appreciate how it aims to address the full range of different interconnected issues that are involved in discussions around the redevelopment of Moffett Park. We submitted a letter with several partner organizations supporting the approach and laying out our belief that in order to get redevelopment right, we need to integrate discussions and goals around housing, the environment, our economy, and transit. We can really only reach all of our goals in these areas if we treat them as interconnected issues that they are. I know that was raised a little bit by some council members and also a little bit by Gita as well. So, you know, as housing advocates, we believe there's an important opportunity to incentivize significant residential development, especially deed-restricted affordable housing through this plan. I'd also like to specifically call on the City of Sunnyvale to study and consider racial and economic equity implications as a part of this planning process. You know, while there's little existing residential development in the plan area itself, there are neighborhoods directly connected to Moffett, like those right across 237 that are home to a vast majority of mobile home park residents in Sunnyvale, as well as many families with lower incomes and communities of color. And I really think it's crucial that Sunnyvale consider how to approach development in Moffett Park inclusively, and how the city can combat inequity by providing affordable housing opportunities, finding ways to give lower income families access to the world-class jobs, the vibrant neighborhoods, the access to nature that this plan envisions and that a lot of us are talking about. So I really hope that you take that issue seriously as part of this as well. And we're looking forward to continuing to engage with the city and council moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Shawnee Kleinhaus, followed by Justin Wang. Shawnee, you've been unmuted and you have 2 minutes to address the City Council. Shawnee, it looks like you have been unmuted, but we're unable to hear you. Can you double check your microphone? We're still not able to hear you. Shawnee, why don't we'll go to Justin and then we'll come back to you and hopefully we can figure out how to get your audio working in that time. So Justin, you've been unmuted and you have 2 minutes to address the City Council.
Hi. Thank you to Council for your time, and thank you very much to your staff for your really, really incredible work on this plan. So I just wanted to chime in and echo some of the thoughts that have been spoken about by my colleagues. So I'm representing Greenbelt Alliance, and we're a nonprofit that focuses on the intersection of the environment and land use and housing issues. So I just really wanted to emphasize, we signed on to the letter that David Meyer with SV at Home talked about earlier, and I just want to hammer home the point that development here is important and necessary to address our region's housing crisis, but it must be done in a way that prioritizes the environment and properly addresses sea level rise. Specifically, we feel very strongly that the solutions to sea level rise must be nature-based and done in such a way as to not adversely affect the biodiversity and ecological benefits that this region provides. So I just really want to once again commend staff for their hard work and ask them to really strongly consider nature-based solutions to sea level rise in considering their work on this specific plan. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Next up is Shawnee Kleinhaus. Shawnee, you've been unmuted. And you have 2 minutes to
Does it
address
work
this.
now? Can you
Yes,
hear
we can hear you now. Thank you.
Thank you. This is Shani Kleinhaus for Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society. I wanted to thank staff and City Council for taking your time and considering how sea level rise may inform planning and your deliberations regarding how to do an inclusive and comprehensive ecological innovation zone that you're proposing to do in Moffett Park. Our members appreciate the additional time and the additional information and look forward to participate in the process. The one comment I kind of want to add is that access to nature is really, really important, but we have to do it very carefully so that we don't disturb nature at the time that we provide access. So just keep that one in mind. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, that was the final member of the public on this agenda item.
Okay, very good. So with that, the study session is adjourned at 6:56. See everyone back here at 7 p.m. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, are you ready to start with the regular council meeting?
Yes, I am.
Okay, please proceed.
Okay. Welcome. I will call to order the council meeting of September 29th. Before we get started, I'd like to remind council and the public of some procedural items for this meeting. During the meeting, council members and participants will remain muted when not speaking. If council members or participants have a question or comment, please use the raise your hand feature. Speakers will be called upon to speak one at a time. A random order voice vote will be administered by the city clerk for each vote. The city council meeting is being conducted using teleconferencing and electronic means consistent with State of California Order N-29-20 regarding the COVID-19 pandemic. Members of the public may provide audio public comment by connecting to the teleconference meeting and using your raise the hand feature to request to speak, *9 on your telephone. Teleconference meeting details can be found on the council agenda. Comments on matters not on the agenda must be submitted prior to the time I call for oral communications, and comments on agenda items must be submitted prior to the time I close the public hearing on that specific item. Speakers are requested to keep their comments to no more than 3 minutes, and time limits will be strictly enforced. Guidelines are posted on the city's website and on the council meeting agenda. First up is roll call. City Clerk, may we please have the roll call?
Mayor Klein,
Present.
Vice Mayor Smith,
Present.
Councilmember Larson,
Present.
Councilmember Hendricks,
Attending.
Councilmember Melton,
Present.
Councilmember Goldman,
Present.
and Councilmember Fong.
Present.
7 present, participating via teleconference.
Thank you. Next is our closed session report. Vice Mayor, may we please have the closed session report?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Council met in closed session pursuant to California Government Code Section 54957.6, conference with labor negotiators, with agency designated representatives Tina Murphy, Director of Human Resources, Kent Steffen, City Manager, Charles Sakai, Labor Attorney, regarding the Employee Organization Public Safety Officers Association, PSOA. There's nothing to report.
Thank you very much. Next up, we'll have some special orders of the day. One moment, let me get those up. So we have several special orders of the day. First up is an order of the day for Active Aging Week and Arts and Humanities Month. And City Clerk, I think we have a presentation. Okay. Before we begin tonight's meeting, I'd like to take this opportunity to make 2 special presentations, one for Art and Humanities Month and Active Aging Week on behalf of the Department of Library and Recreational Services. The city of Sunnyvale is proud to join Americans for Arts in celebrating Arts and Humanities Month in October. 2020 has been a busy time for arts in Sunnyvale, and I'd like to highlight some of the ways the community has engaged with the arts over the past year. We were happy to find a temporary home for the murals created at last year's Celebrate Sunnyvale event. For 8 weeks, residents were enjoying a night on the town at the ice rink. They were able to view the murals on the corner of McKinley and Murphy Avenue. Just this month, the murals found a new temporary home on Murphy Avenue itself. Additionally, staff has hosted Art Night on Murphy Avenue every Tuesday evening in September, where downtown residents and visitors are able to participate in socially distant art projects with their families. In May, our Hands in the Art at Home event featured instructional videos for families to do art projects at home. And that weekend alone, the videos had over 1,600 views. In advance of the event, staff distributed 200 bags of art supplies to families receiving free and reduced meals from Sunnyvale. Also this year, a contract was awarded for public art at the Washington Community Swim Center. The contract required the artist to complete a community project. The artist elected to incorporate the community as a community project into one of his sculptures. So this summer, 133 handprints were molded from children who attended our summer camps. These will ultimately be transferred onto the sculpture itself, and these children will be able to visit the sculpture for decades to come and say, there's my handprint. On behalf of the City Council and in recognition of all the wonderful artists that beautify our city with their work, I declare October 2020 as Art and Humanities Month in the City of Sunnyvale. And next, the City of Sunnyvale is proud to join the International Council on Active Aging in celebrating Active Aging Week. During the week of October 5th through the 11th, 2020, the city will join other senior service providers nationwide in promoting the benefits of a healthy lifestyle. The theme for Active Aging Week 2020 is Find Your Flex, because active aging is about so much more than just exercise. It's about broader engagement, physically, socially, cognitively, spiritually, professionally, and civically. Active aging is about engaging with family, friends, and community, and staying positively engaged in all aspects of life, which ultimately benefits both the individual and the broader community. With this theme in mind, staff is partnering with other cities to provide a virtual active aging month. Through the month of October, up to 3 virtual activities will be offered each week to active adults throughout the county. Learn how to use Zoom, try some new exercise classes, participate in a cooking demonstration, and much, much more. A calendar of the month can be found on the Senior Center website. There are hundreds of ways to find your flex, and I encourage you to share and follow Sunnyvale Recreation on Facebook for updates on upcoming activities and events. On behalf of the Sunnyvale City Council, I proclaim October 5th through the 11th, 2020 as Active Aging Week in the City of Sunnyvale. Thanks to our library and recreation services for their great work and your exceptional staff. We are truly proud of the excellent programs and facilities your department provide our community. Thank you very much. And next up, lastly, I would like to introduce Bobby Smyrny, project founder of New Frontiers in Prevention of Breast Cancer. Thank you for joining us this evening. Bobby's here. Muted, good. So the City of Sunnyvale Council has traditionally recognized Breast Cancer Awareness Month each October. I'd like to take this opportunity to do so again, given the importance of this subject. Breast cancer is a disease that will affect approximately 1 in 8 women during their lifetimes. And while breast cancer is most often diagnosed in women, it is also important to realize that men are also vulnerable. So it is expedient for us to further educate ourselves about the disease and the importance of mammography as a critical resource in early detection when tumors are most treatable. Thankfully, in recent years, we've actually seen a decline in breast cancer fatalities throughout the US, primarily due to early detection. Ms. Smyrny founded New Frontiers in Prevention of Breast Cancer 19 years ago, and each year has provided a free community program to help educate the public about the prevention of breast cancer and other cancers, and I've been lucky to be able to attend in previous years. Unfortunately, due to the current health orders, this year's workshop has had to be canceled. Bobby, would you like to say a few words about what you had envisioned for this year, and tell us a little bit more about your organization?
Well, thanks, Mayor Klein and City Council, as well as staff. So, you know, this is not a normal year, and we all know that. And when we first created the project back in 2003, it was formulated, our first program, 2004. We did not envision that our lives would be consumed today with a global pandemic that would change everything. And our program has been impacted by that this year. The unprecedented challenges that we all feel have kind of put us in a survival mode. at a really very much of a person-to-person level. It's kind of like having a cancer diagnosis. You go into a whole nother mode, just like we've all had to respond to the pandemic. So our global health and our well-being is now clearly really one of the most important domains in our life. And we're going to the realization that health does give us life so we may earn a living and work, pursue education, contribute, and have leisure time activities. So with this particular challenge in mind, what we've decided to do this year is to utilize the benefit of emails and the convenience of emails and the convenience of actually slipping something in the mail and sending it on to somebody who's interested in having the information. We're very grateful to have 15, 16, 17 years worth of handouts. So, and people who've been attending the program. So this year we're going to send out emails. We're going to refer back to postal packages. And much to my discomfort, I'm going to start to find out more about Facebook. I've never been on Facebook, but this is a good time to have documents put on Facebook. And I understand that's something that's very, very doable. Make it available to people who have not been able to go to the program in the past. The one thing I really want to say is that I've been asking children, not children, but youth and young adults, what they want to learn more about when it comes to cancer. And the questions that are on their minds are really important. They want to know what causes cancer? What is the biology of cancer? What about lung cancer? What about vaping? What about e-cigarettes? These are, and what about the thriving stories as well as the sad stories? So the youth in our world not only are facing cancer in their families along with COVID, but they're facing other diseases. The youth are getting hit from a lot of different directions. So I am personally interested in inviting youth to participate in the project more. I'd like to hear more about what they're interested out in, and I'd like to see our community be able to serve them with regard to our health concerns. So thanks very much, Mayor Klein, for inviting me to join you. I will say that just the declaration that October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month really recommits myself, and I hope recommits the city to continue to move forward in whatever way they can going forward. So thanks very much.
And thank you very much, Bobby. Definitely, thank you for being here tonight, as well as, I want to again recognize New Frontiers for its ongoing dedication to saving lives and providing, valuable emotional support to those who've been diagnosed with breast cancer. On behalf of the Sunnyvale City Council and in appreciation for your exceptional service to our community, I hereby proclaim October 2020 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month in the city of Sunnyvale. And thank you for all that you do.
You're very
Thanks.
welcome. I look forward to continue to serve Sunnyvale.
Thank you very much. With that, we will now move on to oral communications. Members of the public will have an opportunity to address council on a topic that is not listed on tonight's agenda. This section is limited to 15 minutes and may be extended or continued after the public hearing or general business section of the agenda. Individuals are limited to one appearance with a maximum of up to 3 minutes per speaker. A reminder to the public, please raise your digital hand now or dial *9 on the telephone if you wish to address council. The city clerk will ask you to unmute your microphone when it's your turn to address the city council. First up, though, we have Councilmember Hendricks with a few public announcements.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a couple public announcements. The first one is our Community Events and Neighborhood Grant Program. The City of Sunnyvale is currently accepting applications for the Community Event Grant and Neighborhood Grant programs for events or projects occurring January 1 to December 31, 2021. The Community Event Grant Program provides grant funds to nonprofit or not-for-profit organizations planning to host a free and open to the public community event in Sunnyvale. The Neighborhood Grant Program provides grant funds to neighborhood groups for events or projects that help build community engagement, develop a sense of pride and ownership, and or improve the quality of life in their neighborhoods. Applications for both programs are due by November 20th, 2020, 5 p.m. Applications can be dropped off in person at the Sunnyvale Community Center, which is at 555 East Remington Drive, or emailed to ncs@sunnyvale.ca.gov. That's ncs@sunnyvale.ca.gov. To learn more about the grant programs, visit sunnyvale.ca.gov. And for more information, you can email ncs@sunnyvale.ca.gov or call 408-730-7599. The next announcement that I have is about testing for COVID. We encourage you to do your part to stop the spread of COVID-19 and get tested regularly. You should get tested, especially if you were exposed to someone who's tested positive, attended a large gathering, or work in retail or as a first responder or other frontline work. Testing is convenient and free. There are over 50 testing locations available across the county. Check the county website for new dates and pop-up locations at www.sccfreetest.org. That's www.sccfreetest.org. There will also be free testing at Murphy Park, which is at 260 North Sunnyvale Avenue in Sunnyvale, and will be happening on Friday, October 16th. Also on Monday, October 26th. The times will be from 9:30 to 4 p.m. Appointments will be open for scheduling 7 days before the testing dates. And you can visit, again, www.sccfreetest.org to schedule your appointments. And please be safe out there. And thank you. Back to you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Next, City Clerk, do we have any members of the public wishing to speak under oral communications?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have 3 members of the public that have identified a desire to speak. First up is Christophe Lebel, followed by someone identifying as Caltrain user. Christophe, you have a presentation, so let me load the presentation. And okay, Christophe, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes to address the City Council. I'll check in with a 30-second reminder when you have 30 seconds remaining.
Great. Well, thank you so much, and good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and fellow council members. So speaking here as one of your fellow Sunnyvale residents to talk about the Silicon Valley Leadership Group Foundation's 16th annual Applied Materials Silicon Valley Turkey Trot. So as we enter the fall season, we'd love to have you participate in our Sand Hill Property Company Mayor's Cup Challenge. This year, the Turkey Trot will be virtual, as you can imagine, for the safety of our community and vulnerable populations. Amidst all the uncertainty going on around us, though, it's great to know that this particular event is still happening. We have so much tremendous need in our valley, and community support is needed more than ever for our 5 local beneficiaries, which are the Second Harvest of Silicon Valley, Second Harvest Food Bank of Santa Cruz County, the Health Trust, Healthier Kids Foundation, and Housing Trust Silicon Valley. For review, over the past 15 years, we've donated $9.6 million to our community, and this year we hope to surpass $10 million. Your involvement can certainly help us get there. As you may recall from past years, we also have a Mayor's Cup that rewards mayors, council members, and city managers who register for our race. There are also points being awarded for Turkey Trot related outreach posts and newsletters, e-newsletters and social media to constituents. Points are also available if you'd like to champion these efforts on behalf of your council. So I'll be following up by email with materials about this particular aspect of the Turkey Trot. And the process of leading up to Thanksgiving week for Turkey Trot, we're also going to have a Heroes Challenge. City Clerk, you can go to the next slide, kind of breaks down different aspects of leading up to the actual Turkey Trot week itself. So there's a collection of different actions we all can take as hometown heroes over the next month, starting October 1st, this Thursday. That will be something I follow up with to provide more details.
30 seconds.
Otherwise, thank you. Yeah, appreciate your time tonight and highly encourage you to join us in our mission of providing health, hope, and a home as you have done in the past. Thank you for that past support of the Silicon Valley Turkey Trot. Please join us on Thanksgiving and the week leading up to it to show support for our community and to earn that extra slice of pie. All right, that's all. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next up is Caltrain user, followed by Lydia Marchioni. Caltrain user, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes to address the City Council.
All right, good evening, Sunnyvale. I'm John, a Caltrain user. I always take Caltrain to the Millbrae station to get to San Francisco Airport, downtown San Francisco. No driving, no parking. It's a quality service, quite economical with a discount fare that I get. Round trip to San Francisco, less than $10. However, although I support Caltrain as a user, Caltrain service is great. Caltrain operates under a dysfunctional governance structure and has significant cost management issues. Therefore, I'm not voting for the proposed sales tax measure, Measure RR. The Joint Powers Board involves 7 public agencies with competing and conflicting priorities, and Caltrain is not operating with effective cost control. And in fact, even with the recent decline in ridership, Caltrain has had no layoffs because they're using federal handout money under the CARES Act to keep people on the payroll. So regardless of another funding source for Caltrain has not managed costs. So I recommend no vote on Measure RR. You know, there could be some alternative governance structure and operation for Caltrain, but Measure RR it's a bad deal for taxpayers. There's no rational reason to impose a new tax on merchants, retailers, customers, shoppers to subsidize what is otherwise a bankrupt railroad. So vote no on Measure RR. Thank you.
Next up is Lydia Marchioni, followed by Wesley Yu. Lydia, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes to address the City Council.
Hello, good evening. I'm a Sunnyvale resident and I am I'm speaking because I would like to ask for rezoning of 4 parcels at North Pastoria Avenue that are currently used as residential. However, the current zoning is industrial. And so I would like to ask to consider rezoning the parcels to dual use industrial and residential. And my reasons are, well, there is a housing shortage in the Bay Area. There are far more jobs available than housing. We have had massive office development in the recent years. However, housing development is lagging behind. With the current COVID situation, there are many vacant offices. Office space leasing keeps falling down, and in Santa Clara County, it is almost 60% down compared to the first quarter of this year. At the same time, we have homeless people and housing prices are not coming down, which indicates that there is still a major shortage in housing. This housing crisis is not limited to the Bay Area, it is widespread in California. In the view of this, it seems unconscionable to disallow residential use of the existing housing. By disallowing residential use, the city is looking at unnecessarily displacing additional 4 families in the future. instead of helping in this crisis. This is adding to the state's burden. I would also like to mention that the industrial property owner at Sobrante tried to buy us out last year, but failed. They already built the office building. And at this point, the only use of our properties would be for parking. And converting people's homes into parking seems unethical to me. I do not believe the city would want that, and it is perfect time now that the Sobrante office building is standing to revise the zoning of this area and legalize the residential use that has always been in these 4 parcels. With this residential use allowed, we can remain in our homes without worry and with equal rights of other Sunnyvale residents. We can also add living spaces by expanding our homes or adding living units in the back. We can be part of the solution of the housing crisis instead of adding to it. That's all.
Thank you.
Next up is Wesley Yu, followed by Caitlin Slavic. Wesley, you've been unmuted. You have 3 minutes to address the City Council.
Thank you all for listening. I'm Wesley Yu, the owner of 290 North Pastoria Avenue, and together with Lydia, who had just presented at 286, and my neighbors Bill and Helen from 280 North Pastoria, who should be joining soon. We're here to address the very same but pressing land use and zoning issue on our properties. As Lydia mentioned, our properties are legal non-conforming use residences, zoned mixed industry core in the Peary Park specific plan. We are here today to ask for an amendment to the general plan of Sunnyvale to either A, legalize the residential use of our properties, or B, to rezone our properties to residential. So the problem with legal non-conforming residential use is that it precludes us from enjoying the same residential rights and benefits as other typical California homeowners. And in my case, I'm unable to expand my 540 square foot property behind its current footprint. I'm not even allowed to build a garage on my property. Soon, I might have a family, but there's no way a family can fit in this tiny house. My wife keeps nagging me about the lack of closet space. If I were to have legal residential use or zoning on my property, I could potentially redevelop this house as a normal 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom house, as all other houses are in our neighborhood. And it would clearly conform to the general aesthetics of Sunnyvale and the surrounding neighborhood. I've already tried all I could do with my property before coming to you guys for help. Initially, I explored the idea of building retail, light office, or industrial, all of which are allowable uses on this property, but the parking requirements and the narrow lot shape rendered that plan impossible. Then I contacted Steelwave. I contacted the owner of Steelwave of the office behind us to see if they were still interested in buying us out. But because they failed to acquire all 4 of our properties, that plan failed. So we cannot sell to them. And throughout my research, I also discovered an even more disturbing detail. The Peary Park plan had established a minimum lot size requirement of 22,500 square feet. So even if we were to combine all 4 properties down the line, we wouldn't even get to 22,500 square feet. Our properties are all 5,000 to 6,000 square feet. So in summary, we have not only a non-conforming use, but also a non-conforming size issue here. So that's pretty much all I have to say today. I ask that you address this problematic zoning issue here to the city manager to hopefully get our properties rezoned to residential, or at least legalize the residential use. Thank you very, very much for your time.
Thank you, Wesley. Oh, wait, yes.
Yeah,
You
Mr.
have
Mayor.
sorry, there's a question from one of the council members. Councilmember Hendricks.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, through you, if we could ask somebody from staff to reach out to these residents and explain to them what the process is for taking a look at rezoning. We only look at even taking applications for rezoning a couple times a year. This is not if staff can reach out and make sure that applicants or the residents clearly understand this is not an action item we're going to be able to take up today.
Thank you, Councilmember Hendricks. City Clerk.
Yes, we'll make sure we get the contact information for these individuals over to CDD. Next up for oral communications, Caitlin Slavic, followed by Helen. Caitlin, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes to address the City Council.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to speak on behalf of the renters in Sunnyvale. I keep hearing people talk about creating affordable housing, and I have to wonder how much people realize we have to pay and rent around here. I was reading a study from the Joint Center for Housing Studies of Harvard University, and they found that nearly all renter households in the United States were cost burdened by 2012. They defined cost burden as people who pay more than 30% of their income for housing. People with severe cost burden have to pay over 50% of their monthly income on housing. Sunnyvale has a $16 minimum wage. Approximately that makes about $2,782 a month, and with tax, that's $2,375. Someone who is severely rent burdened would have to pay $1,187 per month. Someone who wasn't rent burdened at all would have to pay either equal to or less than $712 per month. And looking at the Sunnyvale rentals on places like Zillow, the cheapest one I could find was $1,595 per month. That leaves only $780 left over. And that's assuming that they don't miss a day of work or have any sort of medical emergencies. This just seems like something we could do better on. I don't think that there should be luxury prices for basic housing, especially around here. I think we can do better than this. And so I would like to ask that there be some sort of maximum amount of rent that landlords can charge, at least for the most basic amenities, because I'm very tired of seeing my friends living for 5 people to an apartment or something like that. It's too much. Thank you. I yield my time.
Next up is Helen. Helen, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes to address the City Council, followed by Richard Mellinger.
So good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members, and thank you for sitting down and talking with us about these issues. I'm with Lydia and Wesley in our attempt to change the zoning of North Pastoria. I agree with what they had previously stated, but I will not be repeating what they said due to time constraints. So initially, the company had made us an offer to buy our property, so we took that statement in good faith and agreed to their offer. As a result, we did not do anything regarding research or looking into the plans for their new commercial building, since we were under the impression that our property would be purchased by them anyway. However, later they told us that they would not buy our property and turned us down. This leaves us in the awkward position that we are in today, where we're in an industrial zone, but we have no real value for an industrial zone. This property was built in 1949 and has been used as a place of residence ever since then. Never has it been used for industrial purposes. In addition, since the new commercial building has already been built, our comparatively tiny property size will have little to no industry value. We believe that this section should be rezoned back to residential with all the rights as a residential property owner, because it would make more sense under our current usage of the property. We really appreciate your time and help, especially during times like these.
Thank you.
Next up is Richard Mellinger. Richard, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes to address the City Council.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, honorable. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, honorable council members. You have to click the button to unmute, apparently. Forgot about that. I wanted to say 2 things very briefly. First, to Ms. Slavic, I would like to invite you to consider joining Livable Sunnyvale. You can find out more about us at livablesunnyvale.org. We are the city's of Sunnyvale's local pro-housing organization. We are pro-housing, pro-transit, pro-sustainability, pro-tenant. And we're working hard to get more affordable housing built in this city. I would urge you to check us out. Second, I want to speak personally in support of the prior speakers on North Pastoria Avenue. This is the situation they find themselves in is a real injustice. They've essentially, because of this, the way this land has been zoned, they've essentially been, their land has been rendered almost worthless. This is unconscionable. And it speaks, in my opinion, to the flaws of the zoning model in general. We have an incredibly, and most American cities have a very rigid approach to zoning that is rooted really in 20th century thinking. And, you know, this is an example of what happens when people get caught up in that. And, you know, I think we need to be taking a more flexible approach here, and we need to be working to make sure that these residents are able to actually use their properties. So I would urge city council and city staff to work to come to a solution for these 4 property owners. Yes, it's only 4 properties, but they're facing a real injustice, and we really should do something for them. Thank you very much, and I appreciate your time. I yield my time.
Mr. Mayor, that was the final member of the public wishing to speak under oral communications.
Thank you. Next up is our consent calendar. Since we remain in a virtual setting, I'll ask the public to use the virtual raise your hand feature or dial *9 on your telephone to indicate that they wish to speak. The city clerk will then ask you to unmute your microphone when it's your turn to address the city council. City clerk, do we have any members of the public wishing to speak on a consent calendar item?
No, Mr. Mayor, no members of the public have raised their hand indicating a desire to speak on a consent calendar item.
Thank you. And I will ask for a motion from my colleagues. Vice Mayor Smith.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I move the consent calendar.
Councilmember Melton.
Second.
City Clerk, may we please have the roll call vote?
Yes, first up, Vice Mayor Smith, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilmember Melton?
Yes.
Councilmember Larson?
Yes.
Councilmember Fong?
Yes.
Mayor Klein?
Yes.
Councilmember Hendricks?
Yes.
And Councilmember Goldman?
Yes.
The motion carries 7-0.
Thank you very much. We'll now move on to our general business. First up is item 20-0815, adoption of the roadway safety plan. Is there a staff report?
Good evening, Mayor Klein, council members. My name is Dennis Ng. I'll be providing the staff presentation for you tonight on this item. With me is Chip Taylor, Director of Public Works, Ralph Garcia, Senior Transportation Engineer, and our consultant, Steve Davis from Bear & Peers. Next slide, please. So in this presentation, we'll go over what a roadway safety plan is, give you a little bit of background, talk about the data analysis techniques and the results, go over the safety countermeasures toolbox, project recommendations, next steps, and then considerations and recommendations. Next slide, please. Next slide. So what is a roadway safety plan? The project was funded through a Caltrans Systematic Safety Analysis Report program grant. So we received a grant of $250,000 with a local match of $30,000. The document builds on Vision Zero and other safety efforts in the city, such as the active transportation plan and other policies that the city has adopted in the past, such as complete streets and the green stormwater infrastructure climate action plans. The document provides a resource for highway safety improvement program and other grant funding applications. Most importantly, this document, when approved, will allow us to apply for upcoming cycles of highway safety improvement grant funding. So without it, we won't be eligible to apply for grant funding. Next slide, please. So The systematic analysis portion of this report acknowledges and identifies that crashes alone are not really adequate to prioritize countermeasures across the system at all the time. So with that, we need to really look at the characteristics of a roadway, any crash density identified on low volume roadways and intersections, and then also look at the severity of crashes. Next slide, please. Now, during the project timeline, we've had numerous public outreach, and we've actually convened a technical advisory group consisting of Caltrans, County of Santa Clara staff, BTA, a member of the BPAC, and also other city staff. During the time period of the preparation of the plan, we reviewed, along with the public, reviewed the data that we gathered, identified countermeasures that should be implemented within the city, and then developed identified improvements to address the crash locations. And then on August 20th, the BPAC considered the item and recommended approval of the roadway safety plan as is. And then that leads us to tonight where it's before you. Next slide, please. Next slide. So the roadway safety plan builds upon and incorporates a lot of other planning efforts that have happened in the past. This includes adopted plans and policies such as complete streets policy, green stormwater infrastructure plans, and the roadway safety plan also builds on tools and principles identified in the adopted Vision Zero plan. The roadway safety includes low cost and quick implementation improvements that works with and does not preclude long-term goals and projects identified in the active transportation plan. Next slide, please. And now I'll talk about the data analysis and techniques. Next, within the roadway safety plan, we looked at the collision history within the city for the last, for a 5-year period from July 2013 through June 2018. And then within that, we looked at the types of collisions, the causes of the collisions, and then the outcome, the severity of the crashes. And then we also looked at characteristics of the roadways, like the control types, if it was signalized, stop sign controlled, or if it was unsignalized, and then also at the roadway segment. And then we also considered any existing infrastructure along the roadway, such as lighting or the type of striping out there. And then finally, we looked at the volumes on the roadways to develop a crash rate for analysis. Next slide, please. Now, within the crash information, there's a whole host of information. This includes whether bicycle or pedestrians were involved, the lighting conditions on the roadway, the weather, types of crashes, whether it's a broadside, head-on, rear end, side swipe, and then if the driver was impaired. We also considered what was the action that was taken that caused the crash, and then which party was responsible for the crash. And then finally, we looked at the severity, which included whether there's property damage only and complaints of pain, visible injury, or severe or fatalities involved. Next slide, please. Next slide. So within our toolbox, there are a whole host of improvements, ranging from the low cost and quick implementation items like modification of signal timing and phasing to put in a protected left turn or protected pedestrian crossings, looking at the intersection and roadway design and modifying that, such as narrowing the curb returns, improving signage and markings on the roadways, and then also improving bikeway design. So putting in protected intersections or improving on the pedestrian crossings. The big thing is that we're trying to concentrate and identify low cost and items that can be built quickly. Next slide. Another one, please. So the part of the roadway safety plan, it builds on a concept, a calculation called benefit cost ratio. So that's looking at the benefit, which is the improvement, and then how it can mitigate or address crashes. And then that's factoring in the cost of the improvement. So when when the improvement is able to efficiently address crashes and improve safety, and then if it's at a lower cost, then we get a higher benefit cost ratio, and then that is more competitive or it's more valued. And then the HSIP, or Highway Safety Improvement Program grant funding, favors low cost and highly efficient treatments. So the grant has a minimum funding requirement of $100,000 per project, and then it favors a systematic approach, which is grouping intersections of the same characteristics and same crash experiences. Next slide, please. Within the plan, we looked at geographic diversity, so looking at spreading out the improvements and identifying locations through a wide area of Sunnyvale. So that includes looking at surrounding land uses, getting some in residential areas, some along commercial arterials, the characteristics, and then different types of intersections. So we're identifying 8 signalized intersections, 6 unsignalized, and then 6 roadway segments. We also considered locations identified in the Vision Zero plan. Some improvements identified in the Vision Zero plan were underway already, so they were not considered under this plan, and we felt that some were better suited for other grants instead of the HSIP, and some required additional coordination with future development projects or other agencies. Next slide, please. So representative projects. So this slide shows a sample project that we selected. It's at the intersection of Evelyn and Murphy. What I'm going to talk about is just the layout of our project sheets, which has a description of the location. We evaluate within the sheet, there's a summary of an evaluation of collision details, trends, and along with some site conditions. There are notable collision types, description of the types of improvements, and then a cost estimate, and along with that, a benefit cost ratio calculation. So the benefits section, as I stated before, is really driven by the improvements that have been shown to be effective for crashes. So these are improvements that have been studied by the state, by FHWA and other jurisdictions across the United States, and have proven benefits to address certain types of crashes. And then the Highway Safety Improvement Program grant favors the projects that implement low-cost improvements that can be implemented quickly and built at locations with the history of severe crashes. Next slide, please. This slide, it's showing an improvement at Wolf and Kiefer. So this is really a set of improvements that can be built quickly and can be implemented in the near term. So some of the things identified at this location as an example are a modification of the traffic signal and adjustment of signal timing to address rear end collisions, installing ADA curb ramps, making changes to the pedestrian crosswalk and striping of the bicycle lane to create a protected intersection. Next slide, please. Next slide. So using the roadway safety plan will satisfy the Caltrans requirements for the next call for projects, which is anticipated to be in 2022. There currently is a call for projects for the highway safety program this year, and staff is currently working through using projects from the Vision Zero plan to develop an application. But with this approved roadway safety plan, it identifies projects by location, streamlines the countermeasure selection because we've done all that work in advance. And then within the document, we also identify other possible funding opportunities that we can apply for. Next slide. Next slide. So before you, there are three alternatives for your consideration. Staff's recommendation is alternative 1, adopt the roadway safety plan. This was considered at the BPAC meeting in August, and then they also recommended to City Council that you adopt the roadway safety plan, alternative 1. Next slide. With that, my presentation is completed, and we are available for any questions from City Council.
Thank you very much. Council, do you have any questions of staff? I see none, surprisingly. Okay, great. Councilmember Hendricks.
Yeah, so thank you. I think this is all really good information. And it appears that this is a requirement for us to get future. That this is a requirement for us to get future funding. So I'm going to be able to support this and be able to move forward. My question is, we have this roadway safety plan, the Vision Zero, the ATP, and in the ATP, I actually had some questions about how we were going to deal with prioritization. How do we deal with prioritization across all three of these different documents and plans? And how do we actually figure out of the great ideas that are in these three different documents and plans that we're working on the right ones first?
So within the roadway safety plan, as I mentioned, it's actually geared really towards the highway safety improvements. So it's looking at safety improvements, addressing high crash locations where there's been a history of severe or severe crashes where there's been injuries or fatalities. So this is actually a separate type of grant than what we would apply for normally for, like, say, air emissions or other types of things. So this opens up the safety side of things for us to move projects on with.
So I'm going to interpret that to mean that we kind of have to keep, a number 1 on the ATP and a number 1 on Vision Zero and a number 1 on the ATP stuff, because ATP talks and uses crash data to help define where projects should be. So is it really that we're going to keep track of 3 separate swim lanes of prioritized projects that we want to go ahead and move forward on?
For when it comes to the safety side and when we get to the highway safety, this plan will actually guide us for that specific pot of grant money. When we look at other pots, then it's going to be more of the ATP, and that dictates what we move forward on, as the requirements of each grant source will kind of dictate that.
So it's complex.
It is complex. I'll add a little bit to it. That, since this is really, really specific to the Highway Safety Improvement Program grant, it's that like one grant. This is where we're going to prioritize these projects and go after that grant. There's so many other grants that are out there that, depending on the type of grant, the requirements for it and whatnot, we'll have to pick and choose which project makes the most sense and would be the most successful for those particular grants. But this one is very narrow focus for just this one grant opportunity.
Okay, I'm glad you guys, you're radiating confidence that you will be able to keep track of all these buckets and grants and where to go. So thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Goldman.
Thank you, Mayor Klein. All right, it sounds great. Who could be against safety? I'm thinking of some specific areas where there's some which are a little problematic. So, for example, near Peterson Middle School in El Camino, we had some some injuries of middle school students crossing El Camino because people come out and they're going too fast and everything. How specifically would this address that situation?
So specifically, actually at the intersection near Peterson, Caltrans has actually implemented some improvements there already. They've implemented leading pedestrian intervals, changed their signal timing, and then they've also added signage, and then also looked at reducing speed limits on El Camino Real.
Okay, so that's the kind of thing that we're talking about with the traffic safety plan?
Those are aspects that we also consider within our roadway safety plan.
And that's where I'll add a little bit. I mean, that's where it gets, as we were talking with Councilmember Hendricks about where it gets a little bit complex, right? Because it depends on the nature of the problem as to how we're going to handle it, right? So like in the case of the Peterson, we didn't have to wait for a plan. We didn't have to wait for a grant. We were able to go straight to Caltrans. We knew that there were some easier fixes that they could implement without having to go through some big process. So we targeted that and we got those things done. And these are things that are other issues that are out there that may not be quite as acute as that particular one was. And we've tried to rank these for just that specific narrow grant opportunity of the Highway Safety Improvement Program, where it's got these very specific requirements and very specific things that you need to meet. So we found projects that would benefit from that. They would provide benefit to those particular areas and meet the requirements of that one particular grant. But again, it depends on the nature of the project, the nature of the grant, the nature of the matching funds, as to how we grab from these various plans in order to apply for that to be successful for the funds.
Okay, thank you. It all sounds great. And of course, every situation is a little different. Can you give me one more specific example? Because I'm having trouble taking the abstract, going from the abstract to the specific with this kind of plan. Another intersection that's a problematic and that you're looking at for safety.
Say we'll use the example of the intersection of El Camino Real at Cezanne.
Okay.
So this is right behind the Armadillo Willys, where the curb returns as part of the identified improvements, we're going to be looking at changing some of the curb returns, making the corners a little tighter, improving visibility for pedestrians, putting in directional ADA curb ramps, looking at the signal heads, making them all a larger size so they're more visible for motorists and pedestrians, and then also changing the phasing of the intersection so that the pedestrian movements are separated. So it is, and then it involves an element of coordination with Caltrans and on the construction and implementation side.
Okay, the other problematic intersection, I don't know exactly if it's a safety issue, but Wolf and El Camino, that's an interesting place. Is that yeah, I mean, it's a difficult place to get through on a car. I kind of imagine it's a little bit of a safety issue because when I've been there kind of monitoring traffic just for timing and noise, people are going pretty fast or pre-COVID. And things backed up, it makes people impatient. Anything you can do there? That's one of the worst intersections around.
So actually in council's infinite wisdom, city council actually approved a plan redesigning that intersection a few years ago. And that's something that we've reflected in some of our other plans also.
Okay, well, I'm done. I want to give a little shout out there to Councilmember Melton for getting me involved with the middle school, Peterson Middle School issue. It was great, and my congratulations to Councilmember Melton for being right on it, and to City for responding as fast as they could. Thank you very much.
Okay, that was the last question of staff. So I will open the public hearing. Since we remain in a virtual setting, I will ask the public to use the virtual raise your hand button or dial *9 on your telephone. to indicate that they wish to speak. The city clerk will then ask you to unmute your microphone when it's your turn to address the city council. City clerk, do we have any members of the public wishing to speak on this item?
Yes, first up is Richard Mellinger, followed by Tony G. Richard, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes to address the city council.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Richard Mellinger, chair of the BPAC, speaking in my capacity as chair of the BPAC to urge you to adopt the roadway safety plan tonight. Those of you who, you all know that the BPAC likes to propose amendments to things. We did not propose any amendments to this. We passed this unanimously. It is a fantastic plan. We really need these improvements. I can speak from personal experience that I have nearly been run over twice at Evelyn and Murphy, which is one of the intersections that is on the list here. So yes, I urge you to adopt this plan tonight and vote for alternative 1. Thank you very much for your time and consideration. I yield my time.
Next up is Tony G. Tony, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes to address the city council.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Council. I just want to bring up the topic of Proposition 16, which is in this year's ballot.
Tony, this is a different item. This is on the roadway safety.
It's not general, because sorry, I just finished watching the presidential debate. So this is not for general comments.
Correct. This is specific to roadway.
Sure. Okay. Maybe I'll come in later.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, that was the final member of the public that had their hand raised.
Okay. So with that, I will close the public hearing. And is there any further discussion or a motion? Councilmember Melton.
Yeah, Mayor Klein, I'm ready with the motion when you are.
Go right ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I move alternative 1, adopt the roadway safety plan.
Vice Mayor Smith. Wait, sorry. Yes.
Oh, yeah, yes. Second.
To your motion.
Hey, thank you. Thank you, Vice Mayor Smith, for the second. Here's an example of Sunnyvale Public Works Department expertise in navigating grant opportunities. I'm reminded of another grant that we get on occasion. It's to make improvements at the intersection of Fremont and Manet, and that's the one where we've grabbed $130,000 per year for 2 years to make some very important changes to those intersections. So staff is constantly navigating and searching, as Chip described, the right funding opportunity for the right problem to solve. This thing that we're going to approve tonight will get us in line and in good shape for upcoming HSIP grant funding opportunities. And my favorite intersection listed in this document is the one at Fremont at Eleanor, where it goes into El Camino Real. I hope my colleagues support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Smith.
Yeah, I'll just say very briefly that I was the liaison at the BPAC meeting. So this is the second time I've heard this presentation, and it's well handled by staff, and I'm looking forward to the results. So I hope everyone will support it.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'll be supporting this motion. Thanks for staff for laying this out. From an effort standpoint, we're always looking to figure out where we can get additional funding, and the prioritization of these 15 different locations and goals, I think is important. And what Councilmember Hendricks said previously was important. Is we have different priorities, kind of from a different plan standpoint, and I. My hat goes off to staff as far as continuing to look for matching funding, wherever we can, looking for, continual funding to make sure that, our active transportation plan, our Vision Zero, whatever it is from improving active transportation in our city is done. And I finally want to thank, BPAC. It is, and the chair, Chair Mellinger, I want to thank him for speaking tonight. Often we do get a lot of additions, and it shows that staff has been working well with BPAC to prioritize accordingly and making sure that we can get this funding moving forward as quickly as possible. So thank them for all their efforts. And with that, City Clerk, may we please have the voice vote?
Yes. First up, Councilmember Melton. How do you vote?
I vote yes.
Councilmember Goldman.
Yes.
I didn't hear your vote. Could you repeat yourself, please?
I'm sorry. Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Klein.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Smith.
Yes.
Councilmember Larson.
Yes.
Councilmember Fong.
Yes.
And Councilmember Hendricks.
Yes.
The motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. Next up is item 20-0476, accept findings on the ERUV study and authorize next step for the implementation. Is there a staff report?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, there is. I'm not quite sure why my video is not working here. Well, perhaps you'll listen to the presentation instead. David, thank you for pulling up the presentation. Tonight, thank you again, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. I'm Jennifer Ng, the Assistant Director of Public Works. And tonight we will be closing out the ERUV study, discussing the findings of the study, as well as the next steps. And it's not clicking here. Okay, so a little bit of background on what we are trying to do. The purpose tonight was to consider the feasibility and legality of establishing an ERUV in Sunnyvale, and key elements of the study are to discuss legality, address any concerns of public safety, identify a city review process, as well as design criteria, determine maintenance responsibilities, and best practices moving forward. What is an ERUV? An ERUV is a Jewish term for a system that integrates a number of both private and public domains and creates one larger technical private domain within the context of Jewish law. And so what this does is the creation of the ERUV permits observant individuals to carry items within the ERUV boundaries as an extension of the private domain. And therefore it allows for greater community mobility during these Jewish holidays. The boundary that is proposed in Sunnyvale takes advantage of a lot of pre-existing facilities that are currently in place. So for example, to the north, we'll be using the sound wall of Central and Highway 237. To the east, the boundary would be the Valley Water Storm Drain Channel. To the south, the 280 sound wall, and to the west, California 85 sound wall. Now, a lot of these pre-existing features don't touch, and so at corners or at places where they don't touch, we would propose to close the ERUV through the means of establishing a polymonofilament line. I call it a fishing line. And what we would do is, to the extent practical and possible, is we would install them utilizing existing streetlights or traffic signal poles. You can barely see it in the slide that's before you right now, but the two arrows show where the line is. The line is very thin and transparent and designed to really just blend into the skyline. Nearby communities that have established ERUVs include Palo Alto. They were the first in this area to do one in 2007. And San Jose also established one in 2017. And so with respect to the findings of the study and legality, we have found that ERUVs have been successfully established in other jurisdictions, and there haven't been any successful challenges on its establishment, and so we feel comfortable moving forward with that here in Sunnyvale. With respect to any concerns about public safety, we are using pre-existing features that are there, and where we do need to close those gaps using the polymonofilament line, it'll be up high, away from the traveling public and anybody's interactions. With respect to a city review process, it would be a two-pronged process. So the first thing we would do is enter into a master encroachment agreement. That agreement allows for a long-term encroachment in the public right-of-way. And then the actual establishment of the monofilament line would be via a standard encroachment permit process. Design criteria that would be outlined in the master encroachment agreement include clearances, 12-foot minimum over sidewalk areas, 18 feet minimum over vehicular lanes. We would allow for minimal sag in the line, so we want it to be as straight as possible, and it would be thin and transparent, designed to blend into the skyline. Any posts that need to be erected where we can't use a pre-existing streetlight or a traffic signal pole or any other pole would be a very sturdy pole. We would require that they be 3-inch Schedule 40 gauge steel. Any sort of maintenance responsibilities, once these facilities are up, would be the responsibility of the permittee themselves. And with respect to best practices, we would require that the permittee work with stakeholders that own the traffic signal poles or the streetlight poles, or if there are any telecom facilities on those poles, to work with those owners to just coordinate the installation of the line, as well as any sort of future maintenance needs that may need to occur. And then, of course, with respect to the next steps, I outlined the two-pronged process earlier. First, the master encroachment agreement, followed by encroachment permits. And so recommendations before you tonight are twofold. One, to accept the findings of the ARUV study, and two, to authorize the next steps for staff to permit an ARUV installation within the city of Sunnyvale. And with that, that ends the staff presentation. I will be open to questions at this time. I also do want to quickly mention that Marlon Kiambao, senior engineer from the Public Works, is also here on the line. He did this study itself and is responsible for a lot of this. Well, I was going to say I'm just the face, but for some reason my camera's not working. So today I'm not the face. And we also have members of the ARUV committee with us tonight. I believe we have Fred Zaghi on the line as well. Thank you very much.
Okay. Are there any questions of staff from City Council? Seeing none, I will go ahead and open the public hearing. Since we remain in a virtual setting, I will ask the public to use the virtual raise your hand button or dial *9 on the telephone to indicate that they wish to speak. The city clerk will ask you to unmute your microphone when it's your turn to address the City Council. City Clerk, do we have any members of the public wishing to speak on this item?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. First up is Eliza Popko, followed by John Schmidt. Eliza, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes to address the City Council.
Okay, Mayor and members of City Council, you might remember me from a couple of years ago when I first brought up this idea to the City Council to request that the city staff study the implementation, establishment of an ARUV. And from the first moment that we brought this up, you have welcomed the idea, you've studied the idea, and you really had an open mind and to try to understand what this ARUV is and why it's so important to the Jewish community here in Sunnyvale. As the staff has noted, they have studied this issue vigorously for the last year, and they have concluded that really there is no impact on the city of Sunnyvale, only positive for the Jewish community. And we hope that you see to this issue, and I know many of you have reached out to us, have shown us that you are interested, and you have studied and understood what it means to have an ARUV. Sunnyvale is a beautiful place to live. It's great. Our Jewish community loves it. And we honestly just want to make it better for everyone here to enjoy the Jewish holidays, the Sabbath every 7 days, to be able to be mobile, to get out of our houses, to walk around, go to the park, young babies and strollers, older people in wheelchairs. And this will only enhance our love for the great city of Sunnyvale. Many in our community have already shown their support for this ARUV. We have asked them not to bother you this evening by raising their hand and raising their hand. And I think most of you by now know that our community is behind this and is eager to hear the results of tonight's City Council meeting. And again, we appreciate all your time that you put into it. Marlon Cuyambo has led the study with an unbelievable effort and work. We appreciate the work of the city staff. And again, we of course approve and are hoping to hear the City Council's opinion later this evening. Thank you very much. I am finished.
Thank you, Rabbi.
Next up is John Schmidt, followed by Omar Dean. John, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes to address the City Council.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council. First of all, I support the creation of this space, but I have a curious question. How large is the Jewish community that we are facilitating here? Thank you. I yield all further time.
Thanks, John.
Next up is Omar Dean. Omar, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes to address the City Council.
Hi, this is Omar Dean, speaking as both myself, but also as a candidate for council from District 6. But I just wanted to speak today in favor of the Eruv. I think, I say this as someone who is actually Muslim and pretty religious and practicing myself, that I really firmly believe the city should be doing everything it can to help all of the various religious communities that live within here. And on top of that, specific to the Jewish community, we have seen in the last few years rises in hate crimes against the Jewish community, more incidents of anti-Semitism against the Jewish community nationwide, and just higher levels of white nationalism nationwide. So it's beyond important now that the city and really government at all levels be doing everything it can to stand with our Jewish brothers and sisters. So I just want to make that point, and with that, I yield the remainder of my time.
Thanks, Omar.
Next up is Richard Mellinger. Richard, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes to address the City Council.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. I want to echo everything that Mr. Dean said. I'm Catholic, and this is a really important thing for our Jewish community, and we need to be doing, we as a city need to make sure that we're doing everything we can to take care of and support all the different diverse communities that make up Sunnyvale and that make Sunnyvale great. I strongly support the adoption of the Eruv, and I guess I won't really get to see it because it's going to be that clear monofilament line, but it will be great knowing that it's there. And thank you all, and I yield my time.
Mr. Mayor, that was the final public speaker for this agenda item.
Thank you. So I will close the public hearing. Councilmember Hendricks.
Yeah, I'm ready to make a motion whenever you're ready.
I think we are fine. Go right ahead.
Okay, I move alternative 1, accept the findings of the Eruv study and authorize the Public Works Director to execute a master encroachment agreement upon the submittal of an encroachment permit application and the payment of the applicable fees.
Thank you. Councilmember Larson.
I second the motion.
To your motion.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just be very brief. What we have here, first off, I think this is a great example of how the study process works. We rank things, we study them, we get a decision, and it just works. But what we have here is we have a segment of our residents that have a belief that prevents them from carrying items or using technologies on 1 day a week. And Eruv is a tool that allows them to solve this issue. The tool is non-intrusive and most people won't even know it's there. So I would encourage my colleagues to vote yes on this because this provides improved safety to our residents in our community.
Thank you very much. Next up is Councilmember Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to start off by thanking our Jewish community for bringing this proposal forward. That you've been very well organized and thoughtful, brought a reasonable proposal forward, and it's made all the difference. Really appreciate that. I think it's made collaboration from the city much easier. And I'm really looking forward to not only a successful outcome, but I hope a unanimous vote tonight. want to thank our mayor for working together with the Jewish community, and also especially want to thank our staff, especially Marlon Kiambao. Thank you for just diving into this and making it happen and making it look easy. I know that nothing is ever easy, and I'm sure there were a ton of details that you had to work through, and you've boiled it down to a very straightforward proposal. Good, clear process, so the roles are clear. Great job. Thank you very much. And as I said, I hope this will be a unanimous vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Larson. Next up is Councilmember Fong.
Yeah, really quickly, I'll be supporting the motion. I'm happy to see this get done. I think this could have been agendized, but you know, we love our study issue process here. And I just wanted to encourage the community that next year, at the beginning of the year, we should have a presentation on culturally inclusive strategies, which I would also encourage you to attend if there's other things you think are worthy of note to meet the Jewish community's needs or other communities that you know of. I would encourage you to follow that along and how that comes back to council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fong. Next up is Councilmember Goldman.
Thank you. I'm not in all that observance as a Jewish person, but I am very gratified to see the kind of, you know, in this very fractious time with you know, basically a lot of fighting going on over things where we should be working in common. It's really nice to see the community coming together and joining, you know, putting aside any differences and looking for the common ground that makes us all human. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up is Vice Mayor Smith.
Yes, I'll be supporting the motion, and I'm happy to see that our predictions. I remember when Rabbi Pupko and several other members of the community and I met with the city manager, and the rabbi was explaining how this worked in other cities and predicted that we could possibly even handle it through our existing processes. So my favorite part is that that it will be a standard practice and just making some accommodations to make it work in our existing processes, which is even better. So I'm really appreciative to staff for their hard work and making it work, and to the community for being patient with us as we work through it. So I'm happy to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I enthusiastically support this motion. As Councilmember Hendricks already said, you know, this shows you our process from a study issue process, which sometimes doesn't move as fast as people would like. But it, you know, from this standpoint, we studied the issue, you know, we got the appropriate feedback, and, you know, we finally came to what I think is a very, you know, very good decision at the end of the day. And what the recommendations are from city staff, you know, as far as the master encroachment agreement, you know, I do think it is the best solution. And I also want to thank, you know, Councilmember Fong when this first came up, you know, him working and putting me in contact with several people from the San Jose staff who had actually already went through this process, and that was actually useful in dealing with some of the members of the community who were trying to get additional information for what other cities had done. So, you know, this was, to me, this is a success in city staff going through the process. And then I also appreciate all the heartfelt letters that we received from our residents. You know, this definitely goes back to what our core values are from a city standpoint and celebrating our diversity. You know, the diversity of Sunnyvale ultimately does make us better. And what this is doing is just encouraging, you know, a portion of our community in meeting their needs. So I wholeheartedly endorse this, and I hope that we get, you know, all council members in support of this motion at the end of the day. So with that, City Clerk, may we please have the voice vote?
Yes, first up, Councilmember Hendricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Klein?
Yes.
Councilmember Larson?
Yes.
Councilmember Melton?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember Fong?
Yes.
and Councilmember Goldman.
Yes.
The motion carries 7-0.
Thank you very much. Next up is item 20-0659, adopt positions on state and local ballot measures for the November 3rd, 2020 election. Is there a staff report?
Yes, good evening, Mayor Klein and council members. Michelle Zarai, Management Analyst in the Office of the City Manager. The report presents council with the opportunity to take positions on state and local measures on the November 3rd ballot. As outlined in council policy, staff has provided analysis and position recommendations only on those ballot measures that directly impact city business. Staff recommendations may include support, oppose, no staff recommendation, or take no position. While the meaning of support and oppose recommendations are clear, no staff recommendation means that the measure does not impact city business as defined in council policy. Take no position means that despite the measure's ability to impact city business, staff may recommend that council abstain from taking a position. This recommendation to remain neutral on an issue may be made for a variety of reasons. For example, unclear ballot language or unclear neutral outcome as it impacts city business. At the time of the publishing of this report, the Santa Clara County Registrar of Voters had not yet published their voter information guide. Therefore, the analysis in this report is based on the information in the Secretary of State's official voter information guide. In alignment with council policy, all measures deemed not city business are included in this report for potential council action. However, they do not include a staff analysis or recommendation. There is no fiscal impact in the recommended actions tonight, and as required by state law, no public funds have been used or will be used to campaign for or against any of these measures. Public resources may be used to adopt a position on a measure as long as the position is taken at an open and public meeting where all perspectives have the opportunity to be heard. Tonight, staff is recommending that council take the following positions. A take no position on Proposition 15, which increases funding sources for public schools, community colleges, and local government services by changing tax assessment of commercial and industrial property. A take no position on Proposition 16, which allows diversity as a factor in public employment, education, and contracting decisions. A take no position on Proposition 19, which changes certain property tax rules. A take no position on Proposition 21, which expands local government's authority to enact rent control on residential property. A support position on Measure M, the Fremont Union High School District parcel tax. A support position on Measure S, the Santa Clara Valley Water District parcel tax. And a support position on Measure RR, the Peninsula Corridor Joint Powers Authority Caltrain sales tax. The various departments that contributed to the analysis in this report are here tonight to answer any questions that you may have. That concludes my staff report.
Thank you very much, Michelle. Does City Council have any questions of staff on any of the ballot measures? Councilmember Hendricks.
Yeah, so I have a process question. Are you going to take public comment on all the items at once and then we'll go through them individually for votes, or how did you want to do that?
Yes, that was my plan. So taking questions for any items from council at this point, having the public hearing, and on taking comments from residents on all items, and then coming back to council and then making motions on those items that council is interested in discussing on a per measure basis. Any questions of staff on any of the items? Seeing none. Is that right? So I will open the public hearing. Since we remain in the virtual setting, I will ask the public to use the virtual raise your hand button or dial *9 on your telephone to indicate that they wish to speak. The city clerk will then ask you to unmute your microphone when it's your turn to speak and address City Council. City Clerk, do we have any members of the public wishing to speak on an item?
No, Mr. Mayor, no members of the public have raised their hand. Oh, here we go. Now we have a couple members of the public raising their hand. First up is Richard Mellinger, followed by Martin Pine. Richard, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes to address the City Council.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I am here tonight in my capacity as chair of Livable Sunnyvale to share Livable Sunnyvale's endorsements, which we adopted mostly this past Saturday. We urge you, first and foremost, to endorse Measure RR. We urge you to oppose Proposition 20, which is a throw the book at them law that will harm members of our community. We urge you to oppose Proposition 22, which it creates an unhealthy carve out and damages workers' rights and will create an artificial subsidy for ride sharing companies at the expense of public transportation. We urge a no vote on Proposition 22. We urge support for Proposition 15, which will help to rectify a longstanding injustice in the structure of Prop 13 and garner additional funding for our city government and our schools. We urge support for Proposition 16, which will repeal the racist Prop 209, which was passed as part of essentially a proto-Trumpian anti-Hispanic movement in the mid-90s. We urge support for Prop 17 and 18, which expand voting rights. We urge support for Prop 19, which will end the inheritance loophole in Prop 13, which allows the heirs of the original Prop 13 holders to still benefit from Prop 13, even if they don't live in the property. There are cases of people who've inherited Malibu mansions are renting them out for 10 grand a month and paying a couple thousand in property taxes a year. Finally, we urge a support position on Proposition 21, which repeals Costa-Hawkins and legalizes rent control in limited form. It does not impose rent control. This simply expands local control and the ability of local governments to act as they see best fit. In my opinions, personal opinion, I oppose the previous version of this, Prop 10 in 2018. Proposition 21 includes necessary guardrails that remove my opposition. So again, and finally, I want to close up by speaking in favor of Measure RR. We had a member of the public in oral communications opposed to this. I recognize the concerns about governance. However, you cannot fix the governance of Caltrain if it is dead. That list of propositions again, Props 15 through 19 support, Props 20 and 22 oppose, Props 21 and 25 support. Thank you very much for your time and consideration, and have a nice evening.
Thank you.
Next up is Martin Pine, followed by Tony G. Martin, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes to address the City Council.
Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the Council, the Democratic Club of Sunnyvale met also primarily on Saturday to discuss and take positions on statewide and at least one local ballot measure. And so first of all, for measures that were identified in the staff report as city business, the Democratic Club of Sunnyvale respectfully requests your support for Propositions 15, 16, 19, 21, as well as local measure RR. Richard gave reasons behind those ballot measures. The Democratic Club of Sunnyvale's position is substantially similar, so I'm not going to repeat everything he said, but we believe that passing Proposition 15 would improve local government financial positions. Proposition 16 would allow better diversity in government and education. 19 RR would save Caltrain. 21 would allow this city government to have more tools to help renters, and 19 would fix issues with the property tax code to make it more fair. In addition, the Democratic Club of Sunnyvale has also taken positions of support on the following other ballot measures: Propositions 14, 17, 18, and 25. 14 continues existing stem cell bonds. 17 and 18 make voting more fair in the state of California. 25 affirms the replacement of cash bail and the predatory bail bonds and helps get rid of the predatory bail bonds industry. Democratic Club of Sunnyvale has also taken positions of opposition, urging and requestfully asked for a no vote on positions measures propositions 20, 22, and 23. 20 is a quote unquote tough on crime bill that will just hurt people. 22 is backed by is an attempt to basically run contracting by ballot measure. It requires a 7/8 vote to amend, and quite honestly, the legislature to amend quite honestly should be rejected on that basis alone. And 23 is basically a internal fight between the unions and the dialysis companies. We don't see why the state should be getting involved in that. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Martin.
Next up is Tony G. Tony, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes to address the City Council.
Thank you. Just now, Mr. Richard Medlinger told us about this and about that, and I'll say that's all bullshit. So he told us that Proposition 209 was racist. Let me tell you what is Proposition 209. It says, the state shall not discriminate against or grant preferential treatment to any individual or group on the basis of race, sex, color, ethnicity, or national origin in the operation of public employment, public education, or public contracting. That is what Proposition 209 is. And Mr. Mellinger says that this is a racist one. Okay, Proposition 16, which is on this year's ballot, will strike out this Proposition 209 out of its constitution place and eliminating it without any substitution. And however, the ballot title is very, very confusing. It says allows diversity as a factor in public employment, education, and contracting decisions. Legislative unconstitutional amendment. So this proposition will eliminate equal opportunity and fair competition, which made California one of the most prosperous and diversified states in the whole country. Please take the time to read everything this year on the ballot and on the description, and do your research before you vote, because a lot of ballot language are very confusing and you will get befooled. I also urge the City Council to take a position to oppose Proposition 16. Proposition 16 will legalize discrimination and waste the tax money to fund the bureaucracy and the real systemic racism. Our city doesn't need it. California doesn't need it either. Please read out all these descriptions on the ballot and before you vote. Yes on Proposition 20 and Proposition 22. No on all the other propositions. In other words, do the reverse side of what you have been told by Richard Mollinger and the previous speaker. That's my talk. Thank you. Thank you for listening. All the voters in California, please be careful before you vote.
Thank you, Tony.
And Mr. Mayor, that was the final public speaker on this agenda item.
Okay, I will close the public hearing.
Mr. Mayor,
is there a motion from council? First up is Councilmember Hendricks.
Yeah, do you just want to go through these one at a time in the order they're in the packet?
Sure, that's the easiest way.
Okay, I move that we take a support position on Measure M, the Fremont Union High School District parcel tax.
Councilmember Larson.
Second.
To your motion.
I think this is relatively straightforward. This is not a new tax. This is just putting in place the tax that they have, and it allows their budgeting to be normal. School districts are great. Their schools are doing an excellent job in educating our kids, even in this very difficult time of COVID-19, and they're doing distance learning. I think this is just a very simple, straightforward item.
Thank you very much. And I will also be supporting this motion. City Clerk, may we please have a voice vote?
Yes. First up, Mayor Klein, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilmember Fong.
Yes.
Councilmember Melton.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Smith.
Yes.
Councilmember Larson.
Yes.
Councilmember Goldman.
Yes.
And Councilmember Hendricks.
Yes.
The motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. Next motion. Vice Mayor Smith.
I move that we take staff recommendation and support Measure RR for Caltrain.
And I will second that motion since we don't have a second to your motion.
Yeah, thanks. Caltrain is a very unique corridor in the U.S. It's under normal circumstances, it's busy both northbound and southbound. It's every time I write it, people like it and wish we had more of it around the Bay Area. Unfortunately, the way it's structured, Caltrain doesn't have its own funding sources. It has to rely on other agencies for funding. And this 8-cent sales tax measure would authorize and produce its own funding. So it would be more independent and would live to see some much needed rethinking of the structure. To the point that one of the members of the public raised, if it doesn't exist, it can't be restructured. So this is a measure that would help it exist going forward and provide decades more service to the commuters of the Bay Area.
Thank you. Councilmember Hendricks.
Yeah, I thought we were going in order. That's why I didn't raise my hand to make this motion, but no, it's all good. This is a good thing. So this is really important. There are a lot of important things on people's ballots, but this is really, really important. Sunnyvale has 2 Caltrain stations, and a no vote by our voters on RR is against sustainability and against trying to improve traffic. All you have to do is just look at, in normal times, not COVID, when Caltrains is running, if Caltrain's not there, you're just putting cars on the road that are going to go up El Camino, Central Expressway, 101, 280. Caltrain takes cars off the road, and we should remember that. We can talk about governance issues and all those kind of things like that. It is a fabulous, excellent service that helps with our traffic challenges that we have, and it's also a very strong tool for sustainability with what's going on. It also helps with what our housing traffic challenges are. This is a tool that is fabulous on all the different issues that we operate on here in Sunnyvale and up and down the peninsula and the region. I encourage my colleagues, let's vote yes to support this. And I encourage all of our voters out in the city to vote yes on this when they get their ballots.
Thank you, Councilmember Hendricks. And yes, I strongly support Measure RR. I was an early endorser, and I think, from a governance standpoint, conceivably something needs to be done, but from a what's done from an environmental and sustainability standpoint, Caltrain does a fantastic job keeping cars off the road, making both north and south from San Francisco to San Jose and the opposite direction. It's amazing how successful it is. The fare box return is fantastic from an operational standpoint. When it is fully electrified, it will make a difference, to all the business people coming into Sunnyvale, as well as all the residents getting on that train going north and south. So I hope I encourage all my council members to vote yes for this, as well as, of course, our residents. So with that, City Clerk, may we please have the voice vote?
Yes. First up, Councilmember Fong. How do you vote?
Yes.
Councilmember Hendricks.
Yes.
Mayor Klein.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Smith.
Yes.
Councilmember Goldman.
Yes.
Councilmember Melton.
Yes.
And Councilmember Larson.
Yes.
The motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Smith?
Oh, sure. I was going alphabetical, so I'll move Measure S, that we support it, which is the clean, safe water.
Thank you. And Councilmember Larson?
Second.
Your motion?
Yes, this is a continuation. It helps to fund measures to keep our, what it says, our water supply clean and safe. So this is not the first time this has come to voters, and it does continue to support our water supply. So I urge my colleagues to vote yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Goldman?
Thank you, Mayor Klein. Normally, we need water, and normally this would be a no-brainer. However, there's a little wrinkle here, and it's not, well, it's maybe not so little. There's no expiration on this. The others have, a certain number of years when it just goes away, and you have to reestablish it, and that's a problem. I don't mind paying taxes. That's part of paying for civilization in a sense. But I really like to be asked, and if they came back, I don't know what'll happen with this. It probably passed, but if it doesn't, and they're back and say, okay, let's make it for 20 years, I'd say, sure, no problem. But that's an issue I honestly don't know how I'll vote. The Sierra Club had some problems with it too for exactly that reason. So nothing, this is one of those things that's like, okay. I strongly urge anyone listening to this to make your own decision. I use League of Women Voters, Voter Edge, but there's plenty of other ways to find out more information and make up your own mind. We're just ordinary people like you up here. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Hendricks?
Yeah, I just want to say I would encourage us to vote yes on this. The Santa Clara Valley Water District is, one of the primary water districts here in the region. They're not the only one, but they have a large responsibility for dealing with infrastructure, especially the groundwater piece of what goes on. Water is clearly an important resource to the Bay Area and the region here. And being able to have an organization that's taking that overall management and view and making sure we have clean, protected water is critically important. And having a funding source to go ahead and support the infrastructure to keep that in place for today, tomorrow, and years into the future, I think is critically important. So I would encourage us all to vote yes on this.
Thank you. And I'll also be voting yes on this item. I do have Councilmember Goldman's same concerns that there is no sunset clause in this. As when this concept was, this parcel tax was initially put in place. That being said, water is a critical resource. Making sure that the Anderson Reservoir and multiple projects that this will be funding will ultimately get done is important to the water supply for the Bay Area, especially for the South Bay here. And so, yes, I will be supporting this. I've endorsed this measure, and I'm hoping that my other council members will also vote yes. So with that, City Clerk, please conduct a voice vote.
First up, Councilmember Melton. How do you vote?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Smith.
Yes.
Councilmember Fong.
Yes.
Councilmember Larson.
Yes.
Councilmember Goldman.
Abstain.
Mayor Klein.
Yes.
and Councilmember Hendricks.
Yes.
The motion carries 6-0-1 with Councilmember Goldman abstaining.
Okay, next up, Councilmember Hendricks.
Yeah, I'm ready to move on to Proposition 15, if you're ready.
Yes.
I move that we take not staff's recommendation and that we take an against position.
And that dies for a lack of a second. Councilmember,
My hand's still.
okay, Councilmember Hendricks? No? Councilmember Goldman?
Councilmember Gold.
I was a little late getting to it, but I wanted to second it. So anyway.
Okay, Councilmember Hendricks, to your motion.
Okay, yeah, so this is one of those items that there's often when we're taking a look at ballot measures or other different things, and you always want to be able to talk to an expert on a topic. So I went ahead and I reached out to our county assessor. I think he is an esteemed expert on this topic. It's Assessor Stone. I think we're all aware of him, former mayor of Sunnyvale. And here's some thoughts that I got from him. So the California Assessors Association normally stays away from taking a position on things that have to do with revenue. But they did take a look at this position from an operational perspective. They wanted to look and go, could they implement this? And the answer that they come to is no. Some of the biggest problems are that the proponents claim that this is going to exempt small businesses. That's actually false. They say they're being exempted because if you're a small business, you typically lease as opposed to own the property. But the way those leases are set up is that the small businesses end up paying the property tax. From an operational perspective, assessment appeals, according to the assessor, would skyrocket. During a normal year, they do about 2,100 commercial appeals. That's during normal kind of times. When we were in the downturn several years ago, that went up to 12,000 appeals. And what the assessor's office had to do to deal with that issue is they had to transfer people from the appraiser's office to the appeals office. So that said they were dealing with the appeals as opposed to doing the work to put new property on the rolls. Their estimate for this, if this proposition goes through, is that the appeals would go up to 25,000. So they're going to go ahead and they're going to have to transfer people in the office. But he's also going to need to double the number of the appraiser staff. And it's not just a matter of doubling the number of them. He needs experienced people. To do this kind of work, you have to have at least 5 years experience. They don't have a pool of people like that ready to go. So that'd be 50 new people in his office, along with the county council would have to add lawyers and other additional people that would have to go into the county staff. So based on talking to a true expert on this topic, it's not a question of whether or not it's to go ahead and could you get more revenue. The issue is the way the current ballot item is written, it is not implementable according to our county assessor and the California Assessors Association. So I would recommend that we take an against position and go that way.
Thank you. Are there any other comments from council? Councilmember Goldman.
Yeah, I find it problematic also for different reasons. It is related to Prop 13, and absolutely Prop 13 has some advantages, but a lot of issues that need to be resolved. And this is kind of a meat axe going at where a scalpel is needed. If you, to Mr. Hendricks' point, let's say I go to a barber, or I go to a small eatery. That building is worth more than the 3 million cutoff, and if they get increase in tax assessment, they will just pass it right along, and the barber will go out of business or have to charge more, and a lot more, and more people will start cutting their own hair as they're already doing. You could fix this. You could say, if the building is owned and only occupied by a large company like Intel or something, you're done. If you fixed it, my objection would go away. What I'm afraid of is that this is really going to impact the small business, and those are the ones who are most in trouble. Google and Intel and all these guys, they're doing fine. But mom and pop barbers and little eateries and grocery stores, they're going to feel the impact. And that bothers me a lot. If it's not going to go away, if it's defeated this time, which it might be, it's very close, it'll come back, and it will come back in a better form. And then I will feel okay about supporting it. At the moment, it's, as I said, it's a meat axe where you need a scalpel. There are definitely some inequities in Prop 13. It had a purpose at the time to kind of keep the little guys from being kicked out of their own home because their property goes up so much. This is sort of attacking another aspect of it, and it's just not good enough for me at this point. So that's why I'm not supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other council members that wish to speak on this item? For me, I will be voting no. I would prefer staff's recommendation of taking no position. You know, I've definitely heard, you know, and talked with our county assessor about the implementation of this. I was an early endorser as the language was still being finalized and the evaluation was still being done. I do think, you know, creating additional revenue for schools as far as and for cities is important. That being said, you know, this measure is kind of a failure of our state legislators to do what they should have done is, you know, when this came up 4 years ago and trying to craft something that would have, as Councilmember Goldman said, do an appropriate scalpel adjustment to certain properties that should be readjusted. So I will be voting no on this. I would have preferred kind of going with staff's recommendation of taking no position. With that, City Clerk, may we please have a voice vote?
Yes. First up, Councilmember Larson. How do you vote?
No.
Councilmember Goldman?
Yes.
Mayor Klein?
No.
Vice Mayor Smith?
No.
Councilmember Fong?
No.
Councilmember Melton?
No.
Councilmember Hendricks?
Yes.
The motion fails 2-5 with Councilmembers Hendricks and Goldman voting yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Hendricks?
On Prop 15, I move staff recommendation, take no position.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Smith?
Second.
To your motion?
Yeah, so I see where this all went, but I'll just reiterate everything I said the last time. You know, this is all great that it's going to be able to try and generate revenue, but the assessors are not going to be able to get that new revenue to the endpoints. And I was going to stay away from alternatives, but since it kind of got talked about, the right thing that Sacramento should be doing is they should be creating a split rate, not a split roll. A split rate function is implementable in one day by the assessor's office. So I would still, even though we're taking no position, I would encourage our residents to vote no on 15, and that our colleagues in Sacramento work on putting a split rate option in place that could do everything that you all want to try and do, but do it in a way that's actually implementable by the assessor's office.
And thank you, Councilmember Hendricks. Yes, the split rate, I've been through several presentations from County Assessor Stone on exactly that's what they should have done and haven't had the political will to do it. So I'll be supporting this motion. City Clerk, may we have a voice vote?
Mayor Klein, it's Russ. I'm sorry, I don't understand the motion. Is the motion that we're taking no position
Correct.
and advocating somebody in Sacramento to do something?
No,
it's just
a comment.
It's just the take no position. That was just commentary I was making, Russ.
Yes. Yes, so it's just to take no position. City Clerk, may we have a voice vote?
Yes. First up, Councilmember Hendricks. How do you vote?
Yes.
Councilmember Goldman,
Yes.
Councilmember Larson,
Yes.
Councilmember Fong,
No.
Vice Mayor Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Melton,
No.
and Mayor Klein.
Yes.
The motion carries 5-2 with Council members Melton and Fong voting no.
Okay. Councilmember Fong.
Yeah, I'd like to motion that the city take a support position on Proposition 16.
Can you repeat that? I didn't hear what you said.
It's a support position on Proposition 16.
Thank you. Councilmember Larson.
Second.
To your motion.
Thank you, Mayor. We heard from very passionate members of the public today. I will note that if you go to the website for vote yes on prop16.org/endorsement/, you'll find a lot of local elected officials in Santa Clara County and across the Bay Area who have endorsed this measure. I myself am a product of a type of affirmative action, even though it is not technically legal in the state of California. I was a transfer student from De Anza College and actually signed an IGETC with the University of California, San Diego, which no longer has that program. And how that works under a post-Proposition 209 system is that I am actually, as a transfer student, my college admission application is put into a pool of applicants, which is then considered by the university and is not guaranteed admission for a single category of me being a transfer student. If Proposition 16 is passed, I do believe, because of the Supreme Court's ruling on this matter multiple times, that you will have a very similar situation in California, where some institutions may try to use it as a sole factor or a dominant factor, and it will be challenged in the courts, and the courts will say, no, that was wrong. But I think it's very important in especially in the environment that we are in a Black Lives Matter movement type of era, where we're trying to deconstruct systemic racism, that we do factor things like this in. You know, we look at the UC regents, we look at the UC chancellors, we look at representation on nonprofit boards and company boards, and we try to see, does it reflect California? Does it reflect the diversity of the demographics of California? And my answer would be no. So I urge my colleagues to support this proposition. I do believe that the court has already ruled on this, and it's a very clear ruling. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Goldman.
Thank you, Mayor Klein. I would urge all voters, besides checking out Voterage, which is tries to give a balanced view, check both sides. Vote no on Prop 16, has their own website. I am opposed to Prop 16. I graduated from Atlantic City High School, which was at the time about 50 or 60% Black. And as a result of trying to get kids, just to get them a high school diploma, things got watered down. So when I took physics, I got all A's. When I got to college, I flunked. And I ended up flunking out. And that's really the key, is you're not doing anyone a favor if you get into a school where they're, just to satisfy some racial checkbox. If they're in over their head, as I was, because the high school that I went to did not have the competitive environment I faced later, you're setting them up for failure. I was fortunate. My mother and grandfather pushed me and got me back. After the Navy, I got back in again. But not everyone's like that. And it is much better if you come from a high school like I did that was not very good, to go to a place like De Anza College, fix your deficiencies, which would have helped me a lot, and go to a place like San Jose State, a great school. You come out of San Jose State with a computer science degree, you're going to make, in 10 years, you're going to be making the same as someone coming out of Berkeley. It's what you do, not what the name is. So this is I know this is a probably well-intentioned, but really it's doomed to failure. What happened when they passed way back was the schools had to stop just like flipping a coin saying, oh, they're black, 50% get in, period. And they were doing. You could say quotas are illegal, but that's what they were doing. And then flunking out a huge number. We had to start working once 209 was passed to get them through. And they had to get through. And that made a huge difference. And what you find now is that a lot of blacks and a lot of Hispanics don't want this. It's demeaning. It's saying you can't make it unless we give you special breaks. And also they have seen for decades that they can make it at a school where they can fit in. Malcolm Gladwell is a famous author. He's black. His mother's Jamaican. And he says basically the same thing. You put yourself up where you're going to be in the bottom quarter or bottom of a class of very, very, very well-prepared people, you're going to fail. And you're going to probably, switch over to something basket weaving or just drop out of college entirely. And that is what happens. 2/3 of the blacks that go into physics or science and engineering and STEM drop out and switch to something else or just drop out of college entirely. This sounds nice, but it's really, very harmful to people. And it's counter to meritocracy and everything. It makes no distinction between a Vietnamese single mom in a donut shop whose daughter works so hard and daughter of a PhD in computer science from some top high school in Cupertino or something. We have to get past this race thing. We have to look at the person, where they come from, where they need help. That's affirmative action. What this would do is simply reallow quotas, which we know good. Sorry for my passion.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Hendricks.
Okay, I'm not sure I understood everything that was just said, but we've asked staff to go ahead and do an analysis of what this would mean. And I think their analysis is important. The ballot measure is not clear and doesn't indicate what steps, documentation would be required if this were to pass. The city's charter requires hiring and promotions to be based on merit and fitness and could conflict with a new system that would consider diversity. So just from that perspective right there, I think it would be important for us to vote no on what is this motion and go to the take no position position.
Okay. Thank you. And from my standpoint, I thank Councilmember Fong for making this motion. I do agree, from a social equity standpoint, it's critical now more than ever. And, we need to look at real solutions. And from what I've read, Prop 209 has been devastating for women and minorities. So, from that standpoint, I, will be supporting this motion. With that, City Clerk, may we please have a voice vote?
Yes. First up, Councilmember Goldman. How do you vote?
No.
Mayor Klein?
Yes.
Councilmember Fong?
Yes.
Councilmember Larson?
Yes.
Councilmember Hendricks?
No.
Councilmember Melton?
Yes.
And Vice Mayor Smith?
Yes.
The motion carries 5-2 with Council members Hendricks and Goldman voting no.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion for the next item, which I think is 19? Yes, Prop 19. Councilmember Hendricks.
Yeah, I move that we take a no position.
Is there a second?
Yeah, Mayor, I'll second that.
Thank you. Councilmember Hendricks.
I think staff's write-up is fine. I have no additional comments to make on this one.
Okay.
Mayor, sorry, I'm having a hard time raising my virtual hand, so I'll just jump in. I'll just note earlier this morning at the California League of Cities Revenue and Tax Subcommittee meeting, after lengthy debate and a failed motion to support Prop 19, we ended up taking a no position. Only time will tell what the general directors of the League of California Cities Safe. But I just thought I'd throw that in. I find myself in concurrence with staff and not in support of Proposition 19. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Goldman.
Councilmember Goldman, you're muted.
Thank you very much. I'm opposed to the proposition. It's a real Christmas tree. There's some good stuff and there's some not so good stuff. And they do this when they want to get this coalition and that coalition and get enough to get the signatures through. But then you get this mess. It's not clear what exactly that's even doing. There'll be a whole bunch of things that you might want, maybe you don't want. Better to keep it simple. This is way too complicated. So thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Smith.
I'll be supporting the motion. We did talk about this at the Housing, Community, and Economic Development Committee. The committee did decide to support it. Again, it's going to go to the board next week. But I think I think that Sunnyvale actually stands to benefit by this measure, in that I do feel that it will help people free up housing and feel more comfortable at moving. I do think that there's some concerns about other areas in the state. And we did get several people who were concerned about it. I'll support the motion. I'm comfortable with the no position for the city, even though I do think it would benefit us.
Thank you. And yes, I'll also be supporting the motion. I do think it will help us. It's supposedly tax neutral if you look at some of the documentation. And with that, City Clerk, may we please have a voice vote?
Yes. First up, Vice Mayor Smith, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilmember Hendricks.
Yes.
Councilmember Melton.
Yes.
Mayor Klein.
Yes.
Councilmember Fong.
No.
Councilmember Goldman.
Yes.
And Councilmember Larson.
Yes.
The motion carries 6-1 with Councilmember Fong voting no.
Next up is Prop 21. Is there a motion? Councilmember Hendricks.
Yeah, on Prop 21, I move staff recommendation to take no position.
Vice Mayor Smith.
Second.
To your motion? Nothing? Vice Mayor Smith? You're muted. Sorry.
I don't have anything to add. I would just say I have some concerns about this, and I'm comfortable with a no position.
Okay. I'll be voting no on this motion. I do think that having additional local control conceivably does make sense here. I understand that I understand some of staff's concerns and about taking no position, but I do think that having appropriate tools in our tool chest is a reasonable operation, and this is something that allows additional local control. So with that, City Clerk, may we please have a voice vote?
Yes. First up, Councilmember Hendricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilmember Melton.
Yes.
Councilmember Goldman.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Smith.
Yes.
Councilmember Larson.
Yes.
Councilmember Fong.
Yes.
And Mayor Klein.
No.
The motion carries 6-1 with Mayor Klein voting no.
Okay. Next up is Prop 14. Councilmember Hendricks.
So I don't know if you want a motion or anything, but I was just, if my colleagues concurred, that we just not take a position on any of the rest of them.
I concur.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Smith. I was going to do the same. Councilmember Melton.
Yeah, in concurrence, I would say let's just wrap up this agenda item. Thank you.
Okay, I was just wanting to see if there's anybody that had a specific item that they might want to pull. Doesn't look like it. Councilmember Fong.
Can I pull Proposition 20 just for the purpose of a vote?
Absolutely. Actually, so kind of to the maker of the motion.
Just to the maker of the motion.
Just can you do as a friendly amendment to pull item 20?
I didn't think I was making a motion. I was just kind of saying here, we weren't going to do it. If he wants to go ahead, if he wants to make a motion about 20, let him go ahead.
No,
Absolutely.
I mean, that's fine. I thought the motion was to take a no position. So I am fine with concluding this item. Thank you.
Okay. So we will, so there are no further items that people want to take positions on. That is how I see it. No other motions, no other comments. And so I'll, just as we wrap this item up and before we move on, I'll reiterate what was said previously. Please, to all the voters out there, educate yourselves, read the propositions, take a look at what our recommendations are, but definitely go out, vote, and figure out how this affects you and what you think is best from a city-state standpoint. With that, let us move on to our next item. Item 20-0392, discussion of impacts of district elections on council seniority outlined in Council Policy 7.3.11, seating arrangements for City Council, and possible updates to Council Policy 7.3.11. Is there a staff report?
Yes, Mr. Mayor and council members, this report is presented to council to facilitate a discussion tonight. Council Policy 7.3.11, City Council seating arrangements, determines seniority for seat selection on the dais based on length of continuous service on the City Council. When two or more council members have the same length of service on council, the number of votes received by these council members is used to determine seniority. With the transition to district-based council elections, the number of registered voters varies between the council districts, and thus the number of possible votes supporting each council member from different districts varies. Tonight's agenda item provides council an opportunity to make changes to Council Policy 7.3.11, including the possibility of changing the methodology of resolving seniority ties when two or more council members have the same length of service on the City Council. Possible options to consider are relying on board and commission service prior to service on the City Council, drawing lots or some combination of votes on prior service on boards and commissions along with council votes. Staff is ready to address questions and is interested in hearing council's discussion regarding this topic. And it's worth noting that prior to the policy of selecting, resolving ties based on votes, council policy was to draw lots to resolve ties and length of service. So we stand ready for questions and to hear what council would like to do if any changes are desired for this council policy.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Melton.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Klein. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Awesome, thank you. I'll just come right out and say I'm a proponent of alternative 2. Let's just leave it how it is. I do understand why staff brought this forward is because now instead of having council members run at large citywide for numbered seats, where at least in theory, you're drawing from the same number, identical numbers of potential voters. Now with districts, there could be slight minor variations in terms of the numbers of voters available for each district council member to draw from. But those are minor variations. And so I, for one, am not seeing a need to change, subject to further discussion. I'll also just note, every once in a while, maybe once a year, we use council seniority to decide something other than where we sit at the dais. We haven't sat at the dais in a while. The last time I recall that we used seniority is when we had something like 20 odd draft district maps that had been drawn up by the community, and staff wanted us to get down to 8 maps. And so we went through a process, right, that relied on seniority. Mayor goes first, then the vice mayor, then Councilmember Larson, and so forth and so on. So seniority comes up every once in a while, but not all that frequently. I'd advocate for alternative 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hendricks.
Yeah, I agree with Russ on this. I think this is this seniority thing. This is an inside baseball item. It really only makes a difference in the order that we are, that the clerk calls the roll of us. And it's also of where council members' names end up on the letterhead, city letterhead. You know, so I don't see these as that these are big items for us. I do think great job. I understand why, again, staff brought this up. It probably means that when we get after the 2022 election on the city letterhead, we need to start going ahead and adding what is the district that somebody represents. I don't think we want to do that yet because we're still going to be in a mixed model here. But I'm in complete agreement. This is inside baseball. It doesn't really matter. And if to any of my colleagues, if what order our names get called in, if that's the big issue of concern you have, maybe you should have reevaluated your reasons of why you wanted to run for council. So I agree with Russ.
Thank you. Councilmember Fong.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a question since we're still technically in question period, and we have a member of the public who wants to speak. Did staff not consider doing like proportion of turnout? Like say, that's the issue is that you can't, 1,000 voters here or 15,000 voters here, 14,000 voters here. Of the turnout, what is your proportion percentage?
So we just thought that, these were a couple options for you to consider as an alternative to the number of votes. We're open, obviously, to whatever council would like to consider. There's all kinds of options. That's not one I had thought to include in the staff report, but we really just thought that perhaps it was worth bringing this policy to council's attention following the transition to district elections to see if there was an appetite for a change.
Great, I'll make my comments after. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Larson.
So thank you. I'll note that in our tradition of spending the longest time discussing the smallest dollar amounts, we should have a very long discussion of this tonight. As others have said, really, it makes very little difference. If we're going to change it, I would actually maybe go for a percentage of registered voters because in the staff report, it shows with the current district boundaries, the largest district has about 50% more voters than the registered voters than the smallest district. So, it could mean that certain districts tend to come out a little in front of others if anyone cares about that. But honestly, at the end of the day, I don't have a strong opinion one way or the other. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Goldman.
Thank you, Mayor Klein. As Councilmember Fong said, this is question time, so I have a question. If I recall correctly, things like appointments to other non-Sunnyvale commissions and boards like Silicon Valley Clean Energy and PTA and stuff, isn't that to some degree determined by seniority? That is, if no? Okay. In that case, I guess it really doesn't matter. Yeah, seating and voting order really don't matter that much. If I had to choose, I would choose by lot. Other than redo it every year or so, just to give everyone a chance if that's important to them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I did have a question of city staff, and as much as seniority doesn't matter, because of going to districts, there is kind of some unique items that haven't been previously considered. And as much as, so I understand, the current vote count, that basically set seniority. And yes, it is inside baseball, but I did want to bring up one issue. 4 years ago, I was in 2 3-person races. So that immediately put, an interesting spin on the number of votes that 7 at-large people had in comparison, or 4 people running in 2016 for different at-large city seats. Moving to districts, we try to keep population the same. The number of voters at any given time could, be changing within a district. So I don't think that that's, a critical thing for setting seniority. The one issue that seniority isn't captured based upon, the ever-changing number of registered voters in a district, the unknown number of actual people that could be registered in a district. And, we will be redoing redistricting after the 2020 census, is an unimposed district winner, meaning they didn't get any votes because they ran unopposed. And the assumption, does staff have an opinion on that? Conceivably at that point, someone who's a good candidate in the specific district, ran unopposed, got 0 votes because they weren't on the ballot. Is that correct? From a vote?
Well, so on in this November election, because we have the at-large mayor, if for any one of the 3 districts there was only one candidate, the city council does not have the option to cancel the election because we do have an at-large position on the ballot. In 2022, if there is no ballot measure that would be voted on at large, there is a scenario where that could happen, where you could have one candidate for one seat, and the city council at that time would have an option to decide if they would like to cancel the election. And that's a scenario that, council policy would currently state that, if there's a tie, they would have 0 votes. And so one option would be to say in that scenario, they, get considered as, I don't know how you want to consider it, because one idea could be they have 0 votes, or they have however many possible votes there were there to have been an election.
Okay. And that's, so I've known of at least one other city that has districts that person was conceivably had 0 votes. So that kind of makes sense from, if we decided to basically nullify that vote. So I do think, whether or not we tackle this now or tackle this, conceivably bring this up again when we have several district people here to discuss it, becomes part of the question. I do think from a seniority standpoint, if council decided, and maybe they undertake that policy issue at that time, to cancel that election because, or that specific, save the city money because, we only had one person voting, or one person running in a specific district, conceivably getting all virtual, or all the votes for all the people that voted at a given time as opposed to 0 votes. I do think that does make sense, but I'll leave that for the possible motion maker to deal with. Are there any other questions of staff at this point? Vice Mayor Smith?
Yeah, I'm thinking about this, and the number of votes isn't necessarily the best way to establish seniority if you're trying to. I do actually like by lots or by years of service on a board or commission. And the reason that I don't necessarily like the number of votes is that how should we say this? Some seats may have, 4 or 5 candidates someday, maybe. So those winners will be at a disadvantage because their wins have been diluted by having a lot of competitors. So you could have had somebody who has a lot of seniority with city processes who's not, necessarily getting the recognition that they may deserve because of their years of service. So I don't think it's, I think it's possibly an incentive for people to serve on boards and commissions before they run, to have that factor in perhaps somewhat more heavily. So I think it's actually an idea with some merit and maybe not to be readily dismissed.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Hendricks.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm going to disagree with the vice mayor. And I think, Councilmember Larson hit the nail on the head. We're spending a whole lot of time about something. If we're going to talk about, making changes here, the first thing we should do is we should change this label that says there's some kind of council seniority. I mean, that's where there's a misnomer in this whole idea. I mean, my name, when we call roll, gets called before Russ's. I am no more senior, and he is no more less than me as a council member. That means, so if we're going to change anything about this, the first thing we're going to change, I think we should change, is this word seniority, because that's a misnomer of what it is that we're even talking about. It's just an order with which we call the roll, and it's an order on which we show up in on the city letterhead. And I think after the 2022 election, that question about the order that things go on the letterhead should just change straight to District 1 through 6 with the mayor at the top. So I think we're spending a lot of time about something that makes no difference.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Larson.
Yeah, thank you. Throughout this whole discussion, I'm realizing my primary success criteria is keep this simple. And I like Councilmember Hendrick's suggestion that once we have districts, it would be good on the letterhead to order it numerically, because otherwise we will always be getting questions. Well, why is count district this above district that? No, just do it numerically. And I'm being persuaded that maybe we should either do it by lots or keep it the way it is, probably just by lots. And then it's, yeah, that seems very simple and straightforward to me.
Okay. Seeing no further questions, I will open the public hearing. Since we remain in a virtual setting, I will ask the public to raise their virtual hand button or dial *9 on your telephone. If you wish to speak, the city clerk will then ask you to unmute your microphone when it's your turn to address the city council. City clerk, do we have any members of the public wishing to speak on this item?
Yes, first up is Martin Pine. Martin, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes to address the city council.
Thank you. So Councilmember Fong kind of took what I was originally going to say, which is that if the primary concern is simple disparity in district sizes, calculating it as a proportion rather than an absolute number would account for that. To Councilmember Smith's point, sorry, Vice Mayor Smith's point, I agree that there'd actually be a significant problem in comparing multi-candidate races to two candidate races. My preferred fix for that, which obviously is not on the agenda tonight, would be to switch our elections to approval voting, which has a number of other benefits, but would also mean that you get a very firm idea of the proportion of voters that prefer a given candidate. To Councilmember Hendrick's point, I don't have as a resident of a district with a higher number, I'd be fine with this as long as we make it pretty clear that yes, this is districts 1 through 6. The numbers do appear in the labeling. There's no kind of arbitrary, oh, this person is second to last on the list because they represent District 5. If we were to do that, I think we'd also have to consider where we were positioning the vice mayor, who under this circumstance, who currently generally appears second on the letterhead on the everything's, but under this circumstance is a member of a district. So we'd have to consider where to position the vice mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
No, Mr. Mayor, that was the only speaker that raised their hand for this agenda item.
Okay. I will close the public hearing. Is there a motion from council? Councilmember Melton.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'm ready for a motion when you are.
Okay, go right ahead.
Thank you. I'm going to move alternative 2. Take no action regarding Council Policy 7.3.11, seating arrangement, City Council.
Thank you. Councilmember Hendricks,
I'll second that.
to your motion.
Yeah, thanks for the second, Glenn. I appreciate it. Seems to me this is the simplest path forward. I really do appreciate the city clerk identifying the fact that we have different numbers of registered voters in the 6 districts, whereas previously all of us were elected citywide at large, drawing in theory from the same number of potential registered voters. By the way, I think the sort of tiebreaker that we've been talking about all along is not the primary tiebreaker, but the second place tiebreaker. And what I mean when I say that is it's always been mayor is top in quote unquote seniority, then the vice mayor, and then you get into length of service, which I actually think is a very important thing, which is, you know, Glenn and Gustav, you guys were both elected in 2013. Then you get to Larry, who was August of 2016, and then all of the November 2016 candidates. That's something I would not ever be in favor of changing. And the discussion about number of votes during the election is actually the next place tiebreaker in all of this. So I just thought I would throw that out there. But overall, I agree with the sense that alternative 2 is the way to go. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Fong.
Great. Now that it's the comments portion, I will be abiding by the Brown Act. And basically, it's fine. Again, it's apples to apples, right? And but it's like it's on our agenda, so we might as well do it right, in my opinion. So in my opinion, to do it right would be to do it the fairest way, which is by proportion of votes, because you might have a district that has essentially higher turnout every year, right? And then they just have a advantage in the marginal area. Again, the seniority doesn't matter for how we choose vice mayor or anything, but it is a factor that may be included in someone's decision to choose a vice mayor. Although it's not by policy, it could be a consideration. I know for a fact, a city that I've worked in, it does matter, your seniority level. It does matter where you, not only where your seat is, but what committee assignments you get in what order, and what order in prioritization you go to the mayor when the mayor appoints that committee assignment, which the committee gets to tackle that issue. We don't have committees, but maybe one day we might. The reason I wouldn't be in favor of drawing lots is just because it's not a mathematical solution in my opinion. But what was the other thing? It was, the other thing I just wanted to say is that I hope, thank you City Clerk for bringing this up. Obviously it's something we have to deal with. And I hope that we can have more conversations on how council should operate, as I've reiterated in the past, such as when a constituent emails the council, does it go to that council member? How does our council policy manual reflect these priorities? So I'm hoping, again, I'll advocate to the mayor and to our city manager to place on an agenda next year when we have district council members. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Vice Mayor Smith.
Yeah, I've been thinking through this, and Council Member Milton is right. It is only the secondary form of decision, and at any given time there'll be only 3 people at most getting changed out. I think we'll probably be revisiting this later, but it's I think not particularly, how shall we say, no change isn't particularly fair. It isn't a particularly fair way to do it if there are 3 at any given time, and one of the races or more of the races has an uneven number of opponents. And the reason that when it becomes an issue is when the seating happens. So, you know, I know we kind of forget because we're all on Zoom, but having a choice of where you sit is, you know, is a privilege. It's maybe not the greatest one, but it's definitely something that the clerk needs to know. And we're giving direction, which is to use the same that we've always used, but that doesn't really address the issue that the clerk raised. So all that to say that I don't think that this is going to be decided tonight. I'll probably support the motion, but I just don't think it's really solving the concern or answering the question.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Hendricks?
Yeah, so, between my time on the council and as on the planning commission, I've sat in every seat on the dais, and my votes were all equal no matter where I sat for what's going on. We keep bringing up the number of votes like it's some kind of constant number, but it's not. Just, if you look at how the votes work, voters don't vote on every council seat. If there was a possibility of 10,000, voters in an election, you didn't get 10,000, the votes for each seat didn't always add up to 10,000. So it's a mythical idea that there's some kind of constant number about how all this works. I don't agree with that right now. The sequence we do this does not affect things like picking outside committees or committees or other things that we would do. If we end up doing that in the future, then maybe we could revisit this. And I'm actually going to be looking really forward to what Councilmember Fong is talking about how does districts change how the council operates, if at all. And the example that Councilmember Fong used of, well, if an email comes in about something in one district, does it just go to the person who's responsible or from that district, or does it go to everybody? And I'll just say right now, it needs to go to everybody on the council, because whether we're in a at-large or a district model, each of us as council members, we represent everything that goes on in the city and the decisions that goes on. And being able to understand the comments and feedback that's coming in from all corners of the city and to not, or not, is really important. And I think that's going to be a very important conversation for us to have, because I think it needs to get reiterated over and over and over again, especially the first couple of years as we transition to the district model. To make sure us as council members and our residents understand that council members are responsible and take votes across the entire city. And so with that, I suggest we take the simplest path of not changing anything.
For the record, I agree with you. There's a thing called congressional courtesy. Not every email goes to every member of Congress, although it probably should.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Hendricks. And I'll be supporting this motion. And yes, Councilmember Larson, you were correct that the minorest issue is always the one that we'll be talking about the most, ending up conceivably the way things are, changing nothing and talking a lot about changing nothing. That being said, I do think that conceivably this is brought up sometime in the future. Looking at other cities, the concept of focusing within the district is an issue. And so what Councilmember Hendricks said is exactly true. We need to make sure that and as I always say to residents, send it to council@sunnyvale.ca.gov so it goes to everyone. And ultimately that is a focus, because an issue that's in one area could conceivably show up in a different district, the next day. So I do think that, keeping that overall view of the city is important for all of us, even when we go to districts, and understanding, what's happening in the north is just as important as what's happening in the south part of the city, the east and the west. So I'll be supporting this motion. I do think at some point this will probably be taken up again, but that's for future, when we have multiple districts being represented within the city council. So with that, City Clerk, may we please have a voice vote?
Yes, first up, Councilmember Fong, how do you vote?
No.
Councilmember Melton.
Yes.
Councilmember Larson.
Yes.
Councilmember Hendricks.
Yes.
Mayor Klein.
Yes.
Councilmember Goldman.
Yes.
And Vice Mayor Smith.
Yes.
The motion carries 6-1 with Councilmember Fong voting no.
Okay. Thank you very much, everyone. Next up is council member reports on activities from intergovernmental committee assignments. Vice Mayor Smith.
Oh, sorry. My hand was up earlier, but I will report that I have been attending a very aggressive schedule for the Unhoused Task Force. And tomorrow evening, we'll be discussing funding for how to I guess fund the measures that we take to mitigate the rising issue of homelessness in our county. So I'm sure our colleagues will be hearing more about that. There's been some proposals put forward, and perhaps we could schedule something to go over the recommendations when they're completed.
Okay, thank you very much. Seeing no other comments, we will move on to non-agenda items and comments. Councilmember Fong.
Yeah, I just forgot to ask this during the endorsements. City Manager Steffens, now that we've taken positions on certain things, is the city staff going to do the job of getting that to the correct website to be listed as an endorsement, et cetera?
It's a good question. I'll have to follow up on that. We cannot use city resources to campaign for any measure. So you've taken a position, it's in the minutes. That's sort of the minimum. Whether we would actually say it's endorsed on a website, I'm not sure if that's been our past practice, but I'm happy to look into it.
So we can endorse propositions, but we can't actively campaign, is what you're saying?
The city can't. You as individual elected officials can take positions on anything you want, but the city of Sunnyvale can't spend taxpayer dollars to campaign for ballot measures.
And you can't put on the website just like a section or a press release or anything like that then, I'm assuming.
I'll have to look into that about what.
Okay, I'm just confused why we can spend taxpayer money now during this meeting to do that, but I'll follow up with you offline. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Sure.
In Vargas, the court was very clear what was permissible, and what it basically stated was that you could consider taking positions on ballot measures at a public meeting where both sides get to speak their minds, but it doesn't go any further than that. And I think and we can look at it, and I'll talk with Kent some more, but my first impression is if you start putting it on a website, then you may end up stepping over the line. But we'll take a look at it and talk with Kent, and then we can get back to you on it.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Hendricks.
Yeah, just to clarify that, on, like, for example, RR, I or anyone else could call up the RR people and say, here, the city of Sunnyvale took a position. And if they wanted to go ahead and then, look at our minutes and then post that on their website in some way, they could go ahead and do that. Or if a member of the public comes up to me and says, here, what's the city's position on something? I could say either we took a position or we didn't. So I just think, is that the correct clarification of that, John? That the city's not going to put it on a website, but whoever these initiatives are, or ballot measures, they could go ahead and put it on theirs that this is what the city of Sunnyvale's position is. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe so. And public officials and city staff are allowed to answer citizens' questions. Of course, they can't advocate, but they're allowed to provide factual information about a ballot measure or a position. But we can, when I work with Kent, we can clarify that and maybe get something out to all the council on it.
Thanks.
Thank you, John. Any other items? City Manager?
Nothing to add, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. So with that, the meeting is adjourned at 9:48. I want to thank everyone for your participation. Thanks for attending, and of course, stay safe. See you next time. Take care.